What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? We're going to take a break from the Carmelo Anthony trial. I'm sure there's a lot to be said. Uh, People are celebrating, and some people are upset. So we're going to get into this Harriet Tubman discussion. Because when you start to peel back the layers, you do have to take a look at what exactly is going on here. What exactly is going on here, right? They were going to put her on a $20 bill. I think they stopped it. They wanted to put her right there on the money with the founding fathers. She did some things. She's a historical figure. She escaped slavery herself. She started the Underground Railroad. She risked her life every time she would go to these plantations and basically capture slaves. Um, she was the first woman to lead an armed U.S. military operation. I know she was in the Union. Um, in the Civil War, I think she fought for the Union. She did some river raid and freed over 700 enslaved people. She was a civil rights advocate. Uh, there's parks throughout America. There are places, parts, and all of that. Many books and films have been written about Harriet Tubman. And one aspect of her life is the one about the forced freedom. I think people make the assumption that some kind of way she had some type of right to just go on somebody's plantation and get it. We get it, human bondage. Without even, this is not the discussion. That's not, that's the thing about when you have to try to have a conversation with people who can't think outside the box. They're going to have problems because they don't have the ability to think outside the box. They just don't have the ability to do it. Nobody's making a conversation about slavery, right, wrong, or whatever it was. We know what it was right now. We're talking about someone with no authority. That's what we're talking about. Someone with no authority coming to a plantation. And remember, the people couldn't read or write. Many of those people never left the plantation. Many of them understood land. They understood how to fish. They could really, to be honest, if they had to, they could survive. They could learn those things. But as far as traveling, they just didn't have that opportunity. You got to remember this. As you become an adult, when you start talking about 25, 26, when you start talking about becoming an adult and you've never been on a plane, you've never been to the airport, you've never been to the next city, you've never been there. You haven't been 10 miles from your home. Every place you've been your entire life, you can walk back to. You know exactly how to get back there. You could walk, you know how to get back. When you're talking about traveling, these landscapes, these are unfamiliar territories. And so now you see my point, right? And I get it, they trying to put on a $20 bill. I don't know. I can go look up that. I think Trump stopped it or somebody didn't want to do it. They were going to make So they was gonna put on, I think, the 20. Who was that on the 20? Thomas Jefferson. I think they was gonna put her on there instead of him for a while. They're gonna do a run. Let me see. Let me get just so we know. Let me catch up. What happened to the Harriet Tubman? What happened to the Harriet Tubman? Uh, uh, was it 20? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. The Harriet Tubman $20 bill is officially in development but delayed. The U.S. Treasury plans to unveil and release the redesigned bills, which replace Woo, that ain't gonna happen. Dad, I can tell you right now, Andrew Jackson was a white supremacist. It's known. It's not even like they didn't even try to cover that up. Andrew Jackson, that ain't gonna happen. That is not. Maybe and we get that these administrations when they get in power, and this has to be under yep, 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 Obama. It has to be a Democrat. Yeah, and he would go after. See, you got to understand this stuff, right? He would go after Andrew Jackson, right? Andrew Jackson was a racist, right? And they know from letters, and they know from his writings in books how he felt about Negroes. So they want to replace Andrew Jackson with Harriet Tubman, an abolitionist, in 2030. They said with brand new counterfeiting things, etc. And this is not about woman suffrage. We understood she was a woman back during a time when all of this stuff and look, okay, American hero. All right. All right. That's the conversation is about her feeling like she had some right to just go on a plantation and remove the people of the plantation uh, and take them where? The Underground Railroad, right? What gave her that right? No, my point. This is what I'm saying. And if you're stupid, you don't want to listen. Look, let me tell you something. When these guys can't think, right? I have no idea why they come over here. They don't have the intellectual capacity to keep up with a lot of the topics we talk about. They just don't. They're very simple, simplistic people. There were slaves that did not want to leave the plantation. There's not who's debating that. She was armed, and if they wouldn't comply, she had a pistol. She had a gun, so it was forced. It was forced, and I think that you do have to take a second look at what was going on. I think if you're going to criticize slavery, if you're going to criticize a plantation owner, if you're going to criticize the South, you're going to criticize the whole act of slavery, you have to criticize Harriet Tubman. You have to. You have to. This blanket uh, forcing black people, forcing people who can't read and write off a plantation, that gets into the Negro in the way the Negro is now. Well, they think that only they can define what a black person is. And it's normally a criminal. It's normally a low class, filthy criminal. It's rarely an intellectual black person. It's always coming from a position where the person says the real black person, because they grew up with their family on drugs, they grew up, they are criminals, their children will be criminals. They think that that constitutes them a right to define who's black and who's not black. And that's what I mean. That's where it comes from. And I feel like Harriet, she wasn't doing that, but she was doing it in her own way. Because she was imposing her will on black people. Why? Why not go impose your will on the white people? You think you're noble. Okay, why you have a fucking gun? Think of now we're talking. Now we're talking. Now people, you starting to see it. You starting to see it. You're noble, but you have a gun. That's not being noble. You request people come, and if they want to go back, you let them. Oh, they're going to give up our position. Well, then do it a different kind of way. Then change what you're doing. Then you got to do something else. All of this, I'm gonna go in the slave quarters. Everybody get up and go. Hey, these 4 people, come on. Oh, I'm having regret. I don't know if I want to do this. Well, put this pistol upside your head. You know, this is what I'm talking about. And there's a saying that she said she could have freed so many more if they knew they were slaves. That's what I'm saying. Well, what I'm saying, she escaped the slavery. She went on and did some wonderful things. She's an American hero, but she went too far. If we truly care about freedom, she went too far. She went too far. And I don't, and there's this fear to criticize. Why not? We criticize Andrew Jackson, just said the man was a racist. He's on the money. Founding fathers criticize all the time. They were, what they were. I'm not even going to say, I can't even say the word. You know what type of men they were. You know exactly the type of men they were. So Harriet gets she don't get no pass over here. Now, I ain't got no problem with the woman. Thank God for the woman, but I think she went too far. That she should have modified her methods. I think the pistol should have woken her up. She says the pistol was for the slave catchers, but that's what's not she was using it for. If you're gonna take the pistol and put it upside the slave's head and force them to freedom, you're no longer doing God's will. You can get up out of there. Don't even bring that up. You're doing God. No, you're not. Not with a pistol. Not with a pistol. Not with a pistol. And whether you like it or not, or whether I like it or not, there were some slaves, they didn't want to leave. Simple as that. And whether you like it or not, if you're going to do this, you have to take the risk of those slaves tipping their hat to the plantation people that you're in the woods with a couple of other slaves running away. You have to, because you have to give them their freedom. You have to give them their freedom to exercise the way they choose, just like you got your freedom to go on a plantation and do what you're doing. And I do think that a lot of people, when they look, you have a lot of people who look down on blacks and they try to like tell blacks how to think. They try to look at you and say, you black, you got to think like this. You black, you got to do this. You're a black man. You need to be listening to some hip hop music. You're a black man. You need to be like me. You need to be a thug. You need to be an animal. And they do this. And this one, and they do. They do. They do. They do. And, and we're going to get beyond that. We're going to break this down because I think this has went on too long. It's went on far too long. A black person has the right to be a black person. There we go. What's up with you, great pretender? How you doing? Yolanda, she went too far. She went too far. And you can say that. What if I came into your home, Yolanda? What if I came into your job? Yolanda, you've complained online about your job. You don't like your job. Oh, I got to go into this job. Man, I'll be so happy when I find another job. What if I show up with a pistol? Come on. I'm doing what's best for you. You know you don't like being here. Come on, follow me. Come on, how are you going to do something like that? Or how are you going to overlook that? What you have to overlook is that the slaves she did not respect their rights. She didn't respect them. She didn't respect their ability to think. She didn't. Now she escaped. Nobody came on a plantation and rescued her. She escaped. She escaped, found her way to freedom, and she did some positive things. She returned the Underground Railroad. She was trying to free slaves. But within that, there was a certain amount of force, and there's no such thing as force and freedom. There's no such thing as force and freedom. She went too far. What's up with you? She went too far. They say, yeah, back then. Okay, now we have okay. Okay, somebody in the chat says, yes, she did. And you have to say that. And willfully ignorant. Whether you like it or not, some people are willfully ignorant. Look, so what I'm saying is if they are like that, what are you gonna do? Look at our homeless problem. Look, no, I'm not talking about the mentally ill. Now we know they become dangerous, but we're talking about untreated mental illness and you're homeless with untreated. Perhaps you may hurt someone, right? So, but just take the guy who's homeless. You don't like the fact that this guy is homeless when you go to get gas. This guy, you've been seeing this guy. Can you really go up and impose your will and say you shouldn't be that way? Isn't this a free country? But what I'm saying, your judgment, right? Isn't it a free country? So he's not bothering you. He's on city property. That's his life to live. He wants to live out in the rain. He wants to live behind a garbage can. That's his life to live. And let me tell you something why this is a problem with the Negro, because people don't respect blacks. They don't respect the Negro. They don't think Negroes have enough sense to just live their life the way they choose. What they try to do is impose their will on the Negro and try to tell the Negro how to think, how to be. You got to be like this. You got to do this. If you don't do this, you can see that right now in the youth. When you go and look at 18, 19, 20-year-old young people right now, all the women butts got to be out everywhere they go. All the dudes in skinny jeans with Nike Techs. Some of them have pistols, but I'm saying they're all thugs or they're all dressed like and that's what I'm saying. And you're a black person, you don't want to do that? You don't want to do it. You don't want to do it. You're young. You want to have fun here, but who doesn't want to have fun? But you don't want to dress like that. You want to put on some pants. You don't want all your ass out. You don't want skinny jeans and look like you're going to rob the place. All of a sudden, you get criticized. Oh, man, what you doing? Well, why is it so important that I look and act just like you? You see, and that stuff ain't went nowhere. It's still right here in front of us. The black man, particularly the black man, he has a script already written for him. Harriet Tubman went on a plantation and removed people who wanted to be on the plantation. All they knew was the plantation. Right there, whether you like it or not, he should have left them alone. If you want to give them freedom, give them the freedom to stay. You want to say the white supremacist, he's robbed them of their freedom. Okay, who disagrees with that? Who disagrees with that? But if they want to stay on that plantation, that's where their wife, that's where they want to be. They love the master. They're brainwashed by the slave. Okay? They're brainwashed. They love the master. That's all they know. That's all they know. They don't want to know nothing else. If you believe in freedom, if you truly care about black people, you leave that person alone. How the hell can you then turn around and say, I'm going to make you do it? Follow me. You don't want to leave, I'm going to put a pistol to you. That's not freedom. That's not freedom. That's not freedom. Stockholm syndrome. No, it's not. Absolutely not. No, it's not Stockholm syndrome. Forced freedom is not freedom. That's not freedom. When you go to the zoo and you see polar bears, they don't have a choice. Oh, and we dress it up, put some ice in here. We give them a place to, cool off. We keep it at a certain degree as close that we can. It's two of them. And we do it so we can show the public. Still, that's forced. I don't care how you feed them. And we know that's how, in human nature, they justify. We know they're going to justify it. Are we going to justify where we are? Well, if they were in the wild, they have a 75% chance of dying in the wild. But because what you mean, you want to show them off in a zoo, and you've created conditions that you feel is better than out in the wild. But what about them? What about them? You think they want to be back there? You don't think they'd rather take their chances? And if you believe in freedom, see, if you don't believe in freedom, I get you. If you don't believe in freedom, I understand what you mean. It's best. What Harriet was doing for slaves was best for the slave. Well, you don't believe in freedom. And see, people have to understand what that means. Do they really know what freedom is? Freedom is freedom. You're free. You're free. You're free to make your own decisions. They don't know freedom. They want a version of freedom that removes responsibility from themselves. That's what they want. They don't want freedom. They don't want freedom. They don't want freedom. If your life is full of struggle and you're free, you're still free. Where you getting that life ain't gonna have a struggle to? Where are we gotten this from? Freedom is freedom. If your life is full of struggle, teach your kids to do better. Show them the error of your ways and show them how to protect themselves. So it'll be easier for them. That don't mean they're not gonna face struggle. And going onto a slave plantation with people who cannot read or write, who've never left, who have tattered clothes, and saying, you're going to come with me, or else, that is not freedom. That's not freedom. Do slaves deserve freedom? Of course. Absolutely. Harriet, she broke away. Nobody came on the plantation and freed her. She escaped. Her mind, the way she thinks, she was ahead of her time. She was a female. Look at the things she was doing. Black woman at that. Joined the Union, Civil War, freed slaves on the ground. She was a woman. And she was married like twice. There's a rumor that she went back to the plantation, freed her husband, but by that time he had taken another wife. He had another wife. He thought she was gone. She came back to get him. There's somebody who don't believe the story. Now that one I don't know. This is some ultra right wing racist in the chat box saying Harriet Tubman's story is a hoax. Yeah, sure it was. They were so brainwashed and scared they didn't want freedom. Okay, so Johnny, what happens? Johnny Rebel. But no. The problem with that is this. That's what you're trying to free. So what I'm saying, if you choose to go and free slaves, well, you're going to have to deal with the fact that they're brainwashed. You're going to deal with the fact they can't read, they can't write. You got to deal with that. And so you then have to come to a conclusion. How are you going to do this? How are you going to do it with an integrity that protects them and you? How are you going to convey the message of what you're trying to do? How are you going to do that? How are you going to let them know you're about to leave? I'm going to take you from this place that you grew up to a better place. Well, there ain't nothing better than this. That's what I'm saying. That's and to pull out we get into the problem with the weapon, because she was known to do it. You just assume somebody don't know, and you say, well, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. You either gonna follow me or I'm gonna. So it was not freedom. That's not freedom. If you got to force someone to do something, that's not freedom. I don't care what intentions you have. You can have two Bibles. You can have two Bibles in your left pocket, a Quran in your right pocket. But that don't mean if you force someone to do something that you're right, A, and B, there's some kind of way freedom. Freedom shouldn't be, if you got a gun, you shouldn't even have freedom in your vocabulary. You shouldn't even utter the word freedom. You're taking slaves from one plantation to a version of the one you just took them from. They got a little bit more, maybe. And I'm sure it's an Underground Railroad. I'm assuming, I haven't looked it up. They had to provide provisions. You got slaves coming in. I'm sure they had some type of way where they were able to assimilate where they went. But it wasn't freedom. Okay. They left a plantation to another plantation. So basically, there was no freedom. There was no freedom. There was no freedom. And from a historical standpoint, some people gonna call into question, how heroic was she? Now, she did some things, though. Back during her time, she did some literally impossible things. She was a black female in the Union Army. She was a black female, went back, rescued her husband, led a military operation. She led it. She's a historical figure, outstanding. But the part about the pistol has bothered me. That just bothers me. When I get to that point, I be like, nah, I don't know about that one, man. And then you want to make fun of the slave and make fun of, okay, hey, they were slaves. They were enslaved people. They were born on a plantation. They were denied. They could not read, write. They had limited intellectual skills. But that doesn't give you the right to go over there and force them to do what you feel is best. And that's the problem. You're going to force them to do it? Well, they don't know any better. Well, I don't know. Maybe you need to do something else, because forcing someone is not freedom. Thank you. He get my point. There you go. There you go. Yeah, but she did need to be armed, but she did not need to use. Look, listen, man. You cannot, just from a, if she's saying I got a moral authority, I'm obligated to save slaves. I escaped slavery, and look at me. I am living so much better. I'm gonna give these people opportunity too. You can't use a gun, because then There's no moral authority. You forcing somebody to do something. That's forced. The minute she used that gun, she violated what she stood for. Period. There ain't nothing. That's nothing to discuss. Whatever noble act of kindness, greatness, she violated it when she used that gun. If somebody wants to teach me religion, Platt, I want to save your soul. I got to say, I want to be saved. If they say sit your ass down, or I'm gonna shoot you, are they truly preaching the word of Christ to me? Are they really saving my soul? And let me tell you, like I said, the reason I bring this up because black people still do that. They still do that today. They try to force you to think like them. They don't try to force you to have an open mind, see both sides. No, they try to force you to think like them. And if you don't think like them, they get upset. Harriet Tubman forced those slaves to go where they didn't want to go. And no matter what you say, and like I said, Andrew Jackson, there's criticism. He's on the money. Founding fathers, there's criticism. You can make legitimate criticism about the founding fathers, the way they behaved, the things they did to children. There's criticism, right? But they're still on the money, right? So people, and we know people get aggravated when you talk about that, but that's just a fact. Those were facts. The founding fathers were what they were, and they were doing what they were doing. Does that blemish their achievements? No, it doesn't. Doesn't mean they didn't do some good things, but you can't sit up here and say Harriet Tubman should not be criticized. She should be criticized. Here we go. Already, here we go. We're going to free you, brother. How about that? You can't say that. She should be criticized, and she was wrong. She went too far. In the discussion, she went too far. So in your pursuit, okay, strong black woman, in your pursuit to help people, also respect those people. Don't get to the point where you don't respect the people you claim you're helping. Thank you. So true, the way black folks acting just like that. There you go. Can't go by that, though. He said, I believe her intentions were good. It's okay, you got good intentions, but listen to what I'm saying. Force and freedom don't go together. I think they're opposite. You gonna force someone to freedom? And when you look at a Harriet Tubman, there's a certain amount of ego. She wakes up thinking that it's her calling to go and liberate slaves. Well, look, you made it off the plantation. Good for you. But there are people who want to stay on it for a lot of reasons. For a lot of reasons. And they wanted to stay, and she forced them to leave. And you do have to say that's not right, man. And if you're a slave, are you waiting? Are you looking at the moon hoping somebody comes through the cornfields and rescues you. No, you're not. Not waiting on that. Do you want freedom? A lot of them didn't. You know, those a lot of that stuff is written. Freedom to do what? You couldn't read, you couldn't write, you couldn't own anything, you couldn't count money. Freedom to do what? Go out and starve? And we are like that. He said, by any means necessary. Look, like the stream, man. Support the platform. I'm the only person that's going to give you the truth over here, man. You know, we could talk about that, Carmelo. We already talked about that. We got 250,000 views on that stream. Let somebody else talk about it. This has troubled me. This is a issue that I've thought about. And I noticed that even now, black people are like that. Black people they think that they can define what a black person is. They can just define it. They think they can define it. When you look at Neil Tyson deGrasse, right, the astrophysicist, right? I think he was on Shannon Sharp's show, right? He doesn't try to define what black people are. He doesn't demand black people understand the universe the way he understands it. And if you don't understand the universe the way I understand it, you ain't black. If you don't understand astrophysics the way I understand it, you ain't black. That's absurd, right? Neil deGrasse, right? That's absurd, right? If he was to say that, right? That's what Negroes say every day. That's what Negroes say every day. This is how they think. There you go. I'll take your black card. Yep. Yep. Negroes say it every day. And the difference is the Negroes who say it, they're no Harriet Tubmans. They're no Harriet Tubman. Nothing noble about them. They're just niggers trying to force you to think like them. And when you don't, they get mad. Harriet did some wonderful things, but she also made some mistakes. And this was a mistake. Absolute mistake. And when they teach about Harriet Tubman, they need to teach, well, she was wrong when she tried to force people. But they were slaves, right? But she was trying to save them. Well, how you gonna save a person at the end of a gun barrel? If you got to pull a pistol out on them, you ain't. They don't agree with what you present. Whatever you're presenting to them, they don't agree with. So whether you like it or not, and as she said, I would have freed a lot more if they knew they were slaves. Now that's up to her. That's her saying that. People can still make a case, even though she said she was free. Well, like the stream, man. Like the stream. Harriet Tubman, did she go too far? Here we have an American Negro that was forcing slaves off plantations to follow her. And if you didn't follow her, she pulled out her pistol. And I think that's where she violated any moral, you can't say she did anything from that perspective that was positive if she's using her pistol. I think this is symbolic. We can go back to her thing, but I think blacks are like this now. Blacks almost want to use a pistol now to try to tell you how to think, to try to tell you how to be. You have to be like them. They're tribal and they're stupid. We see that with the whole passport, bro. If you don't want to go overseas, you know, no, you go. You go. How about you go? I don't want to go. You go. Like the stream, brother. He said the white man forgave Harriet for freeing slaves. How the hell did that happen? What white man? She stole 70 of them. She went to 14 plantations and amassed 70 slaves. You show me every one of them plantation owners saying they forgive her. Show me. Show me. Yeah, shut up. You know what, bro? We come on these channels and people say the most absurd thing. Even the white man forgave her. No, he didn't. I bet he didn't. I don't know. I don't agree with slavery, but whether he was a black slave owner or a white slave owner, I don't agree with slavery. But you're not going to convince me that stealing somebody's slaves, he turns around and says it's okay. No, it wasn't okay. I don't agree with slavery. It should have never been slavery to begin with. Bro, we just walked down that's a rabbit hole too, bro. We don't know which way to go on that. He said, what's your take on Emmett Till? Like the stream, man. Reach down there and hit the like. Support the platform. Support the platform. We try to tell the truth. Yeah, she was a spy. Shay, she was a spy. Shay, all of those things, I commend her for. Shay, I commend her for being a spy. I commend her for joining the union. I commend her creating the Underground Railroad. I commend her. She escaped, came back, rescued her husband, divorced him, and got remarried. I commend. This was back, 18? She was getting you know how big a deal a divorce is back? She was getting divorced. I commend her, but I think she went too far when you start telling people they got to come with you, and if they don't come with you, you're going to end their life. I just disagree with that. And I don't know why we can't comprehend that. I don't understand, because I don't think a lot of people really want to see black people free. I really don't think people truly want to see black people free. I think they want to see black people under their oppression. Take them out of one form of oppression, then put them in their oppression. Freedom is not them being free. They can't be free to do what they want. They can't be free. I think there's a certain amount of aggravation and the whole black perspective. Who has a right to who has a right to tell you to go to freedom? What gives them the authority to do that? The moral authority. What makes them so morally correct? What makes them feel as if they can rule over you in judgment of you, and then even say, quote unquote, save you from yourself? What makes them think they have a right to do that? And if you're going to say a person does that, is that person a hero? Is that person someone you want to reveal to children? Is this the type of person that even belongs in that stuff? We know she's about to go on Obama wanted to put her in a $20 bill. I think that had a lot to do with Michelle. They went after Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson was an open racist. The force part, though, I got a problem with the forced part. All the other stuff. If you take away the Underground Railroad and you take away the slavery stuff, outstanding American hero. Now we see with the founding fathers, people turned a blind eye to the things they were into. They still managed, freeing a slave against their own will is much more moral than owning a slave. Okay. Okay, and you're still forcing freedom. And you're forgetting that point. And the whole thing is, do you understand freedom? Do you guys have a concept of what freedom is? Or do you have this version of what's freedom? Freedom is you get to come to work late. Freedom is you get to get drunk. Freedom means you control your life. That's freedom. Freedom is you can say, hey, I'm done with this technology. I'm finna go get me a cabin in the woods and live my life. And go and live your life without judgment or problem, as long as you ain't bothering nobody. But if you go in there and they say, well, this is state, this stretch of land belongs to the state, you can't live here. Well, once again, see, you don't really have the freedom you think you have. Nobody's out here but me and bears and mountain lions and deer. Yeah, but you can't be out here. Why can't I be out here? State owns this stretch of land. So you see what I'm saying? Freedom is not being treated as property. Forced freedom. You keep calling it freedom, brother. It's forced freedom. Underground Railroad freed 100,000 slaves. Well, if they wanted to be free, Paul, if those slaves wanted to be free, if they were got up and ran with that person and left whatever they had behind and they weren't trying to think about ever going back there, and they followed them and they got free, they good for them. But once again, the pistol part, you're leaving out there was a pistol involved. And if it's going to be forced freedom, it's not freedom. No matter how you look at it. A lot of slaves, Amish saved a lot of slaves. A lot of runaways would find Amish, and the Amish would take care of them, would help assist them till they could get better. Yeah, that's different. That's someone who's running away and someone assisting them. And you know they put a law in about that, right? They put a law in the book saying that you couldn't help a slave, a runaway slave, because they were doing that. A lot of the people were helping them, giving them a little food, pointing them in the right direction. North, stay like this. Just keep going north. Keep going north. And they put a law in the books that if you helped a slave, you could be held accountable. Harriet Tubman freed slaves and then threatened those slaves if they wouldn't finish, if they wouldn't follow her to freedom, she would take their lives. Once she did that, there was no longer freedom. That was forced. You were now being not led to freedom, but forced to follow her. And what gave her the authority over you? How you wake up one day and she just insert herself in your life and she has authority? You see what I'm saying? And to a certain degree, you see that now. You see that amongst blacks now. Blacks think they can impose authority over you. They have no authority. They have no authority. They have no justifiable position to try to lead you. But we see that now. We see that now. The whole concept of go free or die was a bad thing. Martin Luther King, he didn't force anybody. Martin Luther King put out his message. Um, People joined his movement. He made speeches at churches, and he left a lasting impact on the world. When you take a look at Dr. King and you talk freedom, this is how you do it. Martin Luther King didn't try to put a pistol in nobody's head to get them to go march at Selma or anything like that. And then you go and look, there was a group of black people at every place Dr. King marched. There was a group of black people doing whatever they wanted to do. They could have been there. They chose not to be there. They weren't there. And a lot of them, not all of them, a lot of them was involved in crime. There was liquor, prostitution, hustling, gambling. They could have went to the marches. They didn't do it. And Dr. King went at the liquor stores or whatever, the moonshine places with a pistol saying, "You guys finna come join my freedom march." Because there wouldn't have been freedom. Because they didn't want freedom. And that was the problem. We got the join link posted, man. We'll take your thoughts. If you think she went too far, I think she went too far, man. When it comes to freedom, when it comes to the freedom part, she went too far. I don't even think it's a question. I don't think any clear thinking person would disagree that she went too far. She went too far when it comes to that. Forced freedom, you don't force people to be free. You give people an opportunity to be free. You what Malcolm said, you got a dirty glass of water and a clean glass. He said the people will drink from the clean glass. Well, her message, I don't know what she was telling me. And then again, you got to also understand people have a life to live. People are familiar with things. They have a slave plantation. If you grew up on it, you knew where the horses were. You knew where the livestock was. You knew the cotton fields. You knew all the people. It was one big collective unit. You lose all of that. If you go to freedom, you lose all of that. So now you're a free person in an unfamiliar land. So what are you going to do now? You're free. So what are you going to do? You know, master ain't going to feed you. Master's not going to feed you. Yet go and do all that on your own. And that's my point. A lot of people aren't ready for no freedom, man. And you know it and I know it. You know it, and I know it. Said the solid and righteous black community was way more prosperous and cohesive than what is now, fighting over different hoods. Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Couldn't agree more. The community is splintered now. It's splintered now. And blacks try to impose their will and try to make you think like them. And if you don't, they have problems with you. And I'm not talking about these political hustlers and stuff. I'm not talking about the political podcasters, who putting out the content and stuff. No, I'm saying that they do have an issue with that. And this it sort of reminded me of what Harriet Tubman is basically accused of, that she was a part of the Underground Railroad, and she was uh making people against their will leave plantations. And no, I don't agree with that. I'm sorry. Well, I freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if only they knew they were slaves. Yeah, and also this notion in some kind of way a slave didn't know he was a slave. They knew they were slaves. I mean, I wouldn't say they knew. I would say the adults realized that they were slaves, and some of them didn't want to be free. Not They didn't want to do it her way. They did not want to do it her way, and that's fine. She made a decision to do it her way, and she went too far. And she went too far, brother. It says she got hit in the head as a child. That's terrible. Yeah, well, that's a terrible thing. She escaped and found her way to freedom, and it's a lot easier said than done just to say, "Hey, I'm finna go and free all of these slaves." Well, it's more to it than that. When you take a free man and make him a slave, there's going to be resistance, right? He's a free man, but now he's property and he belongs to you, and he's a slave, and now you got to break him out of all his ways, his freedom ways, all his what he's used to, so that he can become a slave. Well, there's going to be resistance if you try to free a slave. You have to go through the same process, not exactly the same, but It's the belief that she showed up, all the slaves huddled, and then ran with her, ran behind her, and there was no problems. Everybody was one, and it was all unity. That's just no. That didn't work that way. That's just simply didn't work that way. And you're talking about black slaves. Of course, they wouldn't give them the options to make a decision for themselves, which would have been truly freedom. That's freedom. She should have told him, I'm gonna expose you to freedom for once in your life. You can go with me. I'm gonna get you off this plantation. I'm gonna take you to a better place, or you can stay here. She didn't do that. She didn't do it. She didn't do it. And if and it's about a question of what do you think of black people? Do you think black people have rights? Because many people don't think they should have rights. I think black people should be some claymation, some claymation that they've created. And that's a lack of fathers. Though you're only going to really see that around men, single moms. A lot of these men didn't grow up with fathers. They don't understand what it is to be a man. They certainly don't understand freedom. They have a construct of a black man that he's a cardboard cutout, and if he's different than the cardboard cutout, some kind of way, he's not a black man. Like the stream, man. Like the stream. Support the platform. Hit the Cash App, man. Super Chat. Got the Super Chat posted up. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. We did 250,000 views yesterday on our Carmelo Anthony stream. We've done that before. We did that with another stream, but what YouTube sent a thing saying this channel is in the top 5% of content creators. I know that's what they say. I have no reason why they say that. I don't even agree with that, but that's what they said, man. Now but we talk about topics that we feel we can learn from. We talk about topics we can learn from. You can learn from this topic. We got people in the chat still talking about the Carmelo Anthony. He said men, fathers are the only ones to truly love. That mother-child bond is all instincts. Okay. I mean, well, all right. Harriet Tubman, Obama wanted to put her on a $20 bill. When you take a second look at exactly, she was a very accomplished woman, an American hero. I don't think people dispute that, but when you go and take a second look, you do have to wonder about the freeing slaves in the sense, was it truly freeing them, or giving them another version of control and oppression, basically. And if you think that you think you know better for a grown person, if I see a black person, if I'm walking in the mall and I see a black couple, a man and his wife, do I have the right if I think that I'm morally um I have moral authority to go over there and chastise them because in my opinion he's not acting like a black man and she's not acting like a black woman and I think I have a moral authority based on what I perceive myself. No power, I haven't been granted anything, just my opinion. So it's okay for me. And that's what I'm saying. And that's what you got to understand about that. Because see, to ignore that part of the whole slavery thing is to belittle that slave, to act like they don't mean anything or they don't have the right to choose to live the way they want to choose. And they don't. I'm saying to a lot of see, they really that's the problem. They don't see them like that. And that goes back to what's wrong with our society. They don't look at black people as black people have the right to choose the way they want to live. They don't. And that's why they don't see the violations of Harriet Tubman and how she had no right to go in there and do what she did. And this is where we are, bro. Yeah, we gotta clean up the chat, man. Don't put stuff like that in the chat, bro. So when you talk about who really cares about black people, the people who have enough intellect to understand where I'm going with this, they really care about black people. The people who think that what Harriet did was some type of great thing because quote unquote she saved some slaves. Yeah, these people can't think. These people just they don't know what and that's what I'm saying. You talk to these people and they say stuff like that and they have any sense. Well, she saved some black people for slavery. Okay, if they want to be saved. What do you mean they want to be saved? How you know? Why she had a pistol then? Why she had a pistol? Why did she have a pistol? And why did she threaten the slaves if they wanted to return? And if she truly cares about that slave, right? Gotta let that slave stay. And guess what? You're right. You're right. The slave's wrong. I agree. Slaves shouldn't stay back and been a slave, but you're respecting black people in they have a freedom. They have a freedom that they can enjoy. They're truly enjoying freedom. And we haven't reached that point, man. I don't think we ever will, but no, we haven't reached that point. And we could talk about Harriet Tubman, but that happens every day. That happens every day. The Negro thinks that because he grew up in the ghetto, because his daddy's a thug, his mother sold her box, that he's been a juvenile delinquent in and out of correctional facilities his whole life. He grows up and walks around with some type of attitude and ego that he's a real quote unquote nigga. And any deviation from him, that other person is not. And hey, bro, that's the black community. That's why it's a mess now. Absolute mess, brother. When you take a look at it, it's a disaster. That's why you're gonna have the Adrian Brower. Yeah, look at those dudes, man. Adrian Browder and Dean the Great. Buffoons, Amos and fucking Andy. Adrian and Andy. Same thing. Same exact thing. Same exact thing. But it's the topic that you get into. What is acting like a black woman or a black man or a black person? How about just acting like an American? Once again, well, first of all, I have no idea what you're talking about, Moses. Here we go. Well, some of these people, bro. There you go, bro. We answered your question right there. That one slave who didn't want to leave would have got her hung. It was her life. The one who didn't want to leave. Okay, well then you know what that means? No, 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 no. Do you know exactly what that means? You don't do it. You don't do it. And if you say, "Hey, I'm gonna do it because it's the right thing to do," well then you risk your life. Yes, you that means you risk your life. You say, they don't want to come. Come on, let's go. Oh, are they gonna snitch us out? Are they gonna send the dogs after us? Maybe, maybe. But if they want to stay, they can stay. Simple as that. That's how you do it. That's when you get reward. That's how you get respected and honored because you're doing something. And if you feel like you're doing God's work, why are you worried about getting caught? You're doing God's work. Why are you worried about getting caught? Do it. That's what it's a sacrifice. Trust the slave. How you know the slave gonna snitch you out? How you know? You're assuming that. The ones that she didn't bring to freedom didn't know they were free. They were free to stay. They were free to stay. Listen, they were free to stay. Simple as that. I want to show you a better life. I don't want a better life. Okay. You turn around and take out your gun. No, you coming with me. But I don't want a better. You coming with me. You don't know any better. Look, I'm saying you don't know any better. You come with me. And hold up, and you supposed to stand here as a grown ass adult. I get it when you were 5, 3, third grade, they taught you about Harriet Tubman. You don't tell me as a grown ass man, you're gonna stand here and say that's okay. A person has a right to live their life how they want to live it. If they don't want to leave a plantation, you got to respect that. If you truly respect, even if they don't understand freedom, respect, none of that, you still you respect their right to guide their own life and be what they choose to be. If they want to stay on the plantation, they stay on the plantation. But see, no, because really what it is, I mean, that's a violation. That's a violation. If you go on the plantation and make them go out because you got a gun, if they don't leave, you're gonna shoot them. That's a violation. That's violating people. That's not the same. It's not as much as slavery. I get that slavery is worse, but it's still a violation because you saying that person don't have a right, to disagree with you. What gives you the right to tell a grown person how to live their life? And stories like this is why the black community is a mess now. It is an absolute disaster. Stories like this. Stories like this. It was different back then, bro. Actually, she brought about 70, not 300. And she was a spy, and she did some stuff. She did a lot of good things, but when it comes to this one, perhaps the strain of the job, I get it. I wouldn't want to go crawling through plantations and then getting on the plantation and avoiding, staying quiet enough to free slaves and then hoping that nobody catches you and takes your life. She did that, but you can't do it. You can't do it if you're doing it and people don't want to go. The Underground Railroad freed about 5,000. The railroad itself, I think it was more to the railroad. She was one of them. It's quite possible there are people, I don't know, I go look it up. There are people that were part of the Underground Railroad that freed way more than she did. She did other things. It's not so much that she freed slaves. She did other stuff. She escaped slavery herself. And she returned. And she fought in the Civil War. She fought for the Union as a female. And she led a military rebellion as a female. Now this was unheard of. White women weren't doing this. White women were not doing that. It was a black ex-slave woman. She was an abolitionist. So she did a lot of things. But I'm sorry, on this part, we just have to disagree. And let me say this. People have a right to be wrong. A grown person, they got a right to be wrong. If a person is driving down, somebody is driving and the bridge is out, and you warn this person, you stand in the middle of the street, they slow down, you look at them, listen, yeah, the bridge is out. It's completely out. Once you go over that turn, you're going to go off the bridge. The bridge is out. That person rolls up their window, keep driving. They actually, guess what? They have a right to do that. Now, is it wrong? I mean, you can make that statement, but they still have a right to be wrong. And we've got, especially when it comes to black people, we've got to let black people be black people. Let them be free, man. Stop thinking a black person has to be a certain kind of way. What's up with you, JR?
Plat, you still on this, Plat? What is going on?
I'm still on it because when she did the part with the slaves, she was wrong. I know it sounds good. Look, sure, it sounds good, but no, it's not good to go in and remove people who didn't want to be removed.
So now you saying she forcibly removed people?
She did forcibly remove them.
Nah, I don't remember it being forcibly removed.
You thought the movie they made? You mean you saw the movie?
No, I'm saying from books. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
no,
I'm saying from the books and the articles that I've read. I don't recall the word forcible. Like they forcibly
Okay, well they
removed.
they changed the story, but I'm telling you, she didn't do all of them, but the ones who wanted to go back, she threatened them. She
But
threatened them with that pistol.
that was
That,
my
that would be force.
but my question is, then why are you here the first time? Platt, that's like getting on a plane. The plane is in the air, and all of a sudden, Platt, you say, "Get me off this plane." They're gonna look at you and say, "Well, sir, we're in the middle. No, I want to get off the plane right now." Well, we can't do that. Because now
No,
you putting the safety of everybody else on the plane in jeopardy because you're ready to get off the plane right now in midair. So that situation is the same.
no,
If you're supposed to meet at this point because we're extracting people to go to another point, and you're there at this point, and we middle of the way there, and you're like, you know what, I want to turn around and go away. No, no,
no, yes, you let them
no,
go back.
no,
That's
no,
what that's
no.
that, and that's my problem. That's my problem, Jr. How you can say that when what I'm saying is this: I get it. Slavery was a horrible thing, terrible thing, forced labor, but still, if you truly, and that's the point. If you are a freedom fighter and all of that stuff, if you truly care about black people, you would have let them go back.
No, because now you put in jeopardy everybody else and everything else that you are fighting for. So if a hundred of us are leaving, and then one person like, you know what? Nah, I want to go back. I want to go back. No, you're gonna put the other 99 people at
You
jeopardy.
gotta let them
No,
go back. You
no,
gotta, you got
you
to let
coming
them.
with me. I don't care if you
That's not
can't
freedom.
read. I don't care
Then
if you
that's
can't write.
then,
I don't care if
then
you're
it's
scared. You will
what,
figure out life another way. You
but
coming
then
with me.
then that's not
It's too
freedom.
late. It's too
Okay,
late.
Jr.
Shouldn't have been there.
Then that's not freedom.
Okay. Well, you should not have been there. You should have made a better choice before you decided to leave the plantation. That's what you should have done. But I'm not going for that. No. You decided to leave the plantation in the midst of getting to the end location. So somewhere in between, you say, I want to go back. It's too late for you, sir or ma'am. No. No. Can't happen.
Uh, and you just like Harriet Tubman.
Hey, at that point in time, I would be. Platt, if
That's
we're
what I'm
on the
saying.
plane
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I'm the pilot and you want to get off the plane in midair, I can't just hand you a parachute and say, okay, good luck. I can't just open up the hatch of the aircraft and say, okay, you go ahead. You ready to go, sir? No, you're putting everybody else at jeopardy.
when you make
No.
an analogy like that, I would agree with that. But that they weren't on a plane; they was in the woods running to what Harriet said was better, a better place, freedom. Anybody. Once you get a certain amount of time, you're not used. I don't care where you go. You can grow up in a town and you can leave, and then you have regret because you're like, man, I ain't never been this far away. I think I want to go back home. You got to let that person go home because you got to respect. You got to respect that person as a grown adult. You can't. No. I know she didn't. I know she didn't. I know
No.
she didn't. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I have problems with from a historical aspect when you say, we could talk about the good things. She did some wonderful things. Harriet Tubman. Now, do I think she belongs on the 20th? Fuck no. You out here forcing dudes, forcing
That's
people to leave.
that's your
No,
opinion. Okay, well, Platt,
no,
I'll
no,
ask
no, no, no,
this.
no. Founding fathers were far from perfect, far from perfect. So I can see why
Exactly.
I can see why Obama put her up. But you do have to challenge if the slavery aspect of what she was doing, if that was truly good for those people. And that's why I just have to disagree with that because whether we like it or not, and I am not no advocate for slavery, but whether we like it or not, there were black people who enjoyed they enjoyed it.
I mean,
All you had to do was please the master.
that's
You go
to
hold up,
each their own.
you go pick cotton or whatever, and then you dance, and and you ate what you were fed, and you did what you were allowed to do, and you didn't want to leave that. You love that plantation. You love that master. Now, me, I'm so glad that wasn't my life, right? But let's be for real. We got to accept that some people like this. So to say that you can go on a plantation because you're a freedom fighter and say everybody come with me, and then all of a sudden a couple want to go back and you pulling out a pistol on them, that's wrong. That's what I'm saying. Hey,
Nah,
you know what? You know what
it's
really
not
bothers
wrong,
me?
Black.
No.
No,
What really
it's
bothers
not.
me? What really bothers me is the Negroes, especially the Negroes in the chat box, who they don't think black people have a right. They don't think black people have a right to have their own voice. They think they can decide what a black person wants to be. You can't decide that, brother. I know you think slavery is wrong. I don't think slavery is right. But I also think putting a gun to somebody's head is wrong. Threatening another person's life, I think that's wrong. And it's put out like she was teaching these, oh, you better bring your, oh yeah, you better go to freedom. Oh, she gonna shoot you. Yeah. No, that's wrong. That's wrong to do that.
Well, I mean, you look, that's your opinion. You can say it's wrong. I can say, hey, circumstance called for that to occur, right? Again, the safety of all, the safety of a whole operation is at stake. And you showed up and now you have a change of heart. No, sorry. Your heart will stay in this one direction that we're going. We cannot compromise the location. We cannot compromise the route. We cannot compromise the lives of everyone else that's seeking freedom because you didn't have enough respect the first time to just stay your butt on the plantation. If you had even an inkling of doubt the first time, why waste my time now? No, stay on the plantation. But you, an adult, made the decision, right, to go. So you're going.
Okay,
There's
but
no
that's
turning back.
But that's
Now
not
I don't
freedom.
have, see, I don't know, who knows if he
No.
had
That's
time
fine.
to get a whole safety brief prior to going and
Jr.
ask them questions if they wanted to
J, J,
seriously stay or leave, Platt. But they
no,
made the
no,
decision to
Jr.
follow her,
But no,
and you got to
Jr.
see it through.
But then that was forced freedom.
No, it wasn't forced.
No, you can't. Why, Jr.
It's
Jr.
not
Listen,
forced, Platt.
Jr. If you won't let him go back, what? Okay, what isn't that actually illegal?
How?
Wait
What?
a minute, Jr. If I'm driving down the street, right, and I'm on a date, and she wants to get out the car, and I say, well, wait till we get to the restaurant. She said, no, I need to get out right now. And I said, well, you ain't getting out until I get to. That's kidnapping. That's forced. Now all of that, and that's a small example. But what I'm saying is you're forcing someone to do something they don't want to do. You're keeping them going somewhere they don't want to go. They don't want to go. They don't want to go. As crazy as it sounds, as messed up it is with your plans, legally that's kidnapping. And
Sure,
what she
Platt.
did.
If you want to be over technical, sure, it's kidnapping. It cut and dry kidnapping. But like I said, extreme measures, right? Extreme circumstances, right? And I would classify the Underground Railroad as a extreme operation where extreme measures had to be taken to free people. And if you're one person or
No.
10 people that all of a sudden want to turn back in the middle of an extreme situation, unfortunately, you are not turning back. You will be coming all the way with us to wherever the final destination is. Now, whenever you get there, you do whatever you want to do. You enslave
How
yourself
they gonna make
in
it back?
free land.
They don't know how to get.
Go ahead and no, enslave yourself in free land. Be in the free land and enslave yourself. Go enslave yourself to somebody in this free land, because that was happening too. People were still getting to freedom and still enslaving themselves, because you're right, Platt, that's all they knew. So that's not stopping you. You come on up north with us, enslave yourself up north. But if you want to keep yourself down south, you wasted my time getting in line with the rest of the freedom fighters to leave. Midway through, you want to change your mind? No, sorry. You coming along. That it is what it is, man. Extreme measures, man. That's like I said on the plane. You want to get off in the middle of the plane, man, it's gonna take some extreme measures for you to get off that plane mid-air and not affect all the other passengers on the flight.
Okay,
It would take extreme measures.
Okay.
And unfortunately, we cannot take those measures. So you're gonna have to, wherever this flight is landing, you're gonna have to wait till the flight lands.
It said life after the Underground Railroad. Many settled in the North, built independent lives as farmers and tradesmen, blacksmith, etc. Some owned businesses, while many others face hardship, disease, and persistent threat of re-enslavement by bounty hunters. Now, what if you don't want to say, what if you say, man, I don't have any skills. I certainly can't own a business. And I'm a slave. I know I'm a slave, but I don't want to go. And then they might throw my ass right back in slavery. So you don't want to go. You thought you wanted to go. You felt like it was a good right thing to do, but now you're thinking about it and you're saying, no, how much further we got to go? Or we got to go another day's travel. I got to go back. I got to go back. I'm sorry, I got to go back. And then she pulled out a pistol. No, you know what, bro? You know what?
Too late, man.
What this
she pulled out the hammer. She pulled out the hammer. You didn't have it. You didn't have no hammer on you. So guess what? You fall in line. It is what it is.
If you were a slave, how you gonna have a hammer on you? You barely have shoes.
She had the hammer, man.
Nah, man. You know what? Let's give people an idea how horrible slavery was. Just think about it, man. Even freedom was horrible.
Yeah, that's why I said, man, extreme situations, man, it took extreme measures for sure. Would I condone that in 2026? Absolutely not. But, like you said earlier, boy, I'm lucky I didn't have to live in those times.
Yeah, the threat of...
But yeah, current day, absolutely, you're right. All that and above, like, man, but it's extreme measures back then, man. That's what had to take place, Black.
Yeah, and it shows you the life of a slave. So you was damned if you do, damned if you don't, because you could get to the north and a week, maybe say, now remember you got to work. Say you out, somebody's saying, hey, I'm gonna pay you to do this work, and boom, bounty hunters showed up.
Yeah,
they round you up. You don't have whatever paperwork, they round you up, and boom, you back.
They were kidnapping Black people off the streets. People made it to freedom up north, kidnapped off the street, found themselves back down south on a plantation. I mean, there's documented stories of that. So, like I said, there was nothing. There was far from perfect, right? But again, extreme measures, Platt. You asking too many questions. Well, how far we gotta go, and why did you get in line the first time? Why did you leave the first time? I thought I wanted to be free. Well, keep thinking that.
Well, you can't do that.
That's where we're headed to freedom.
See, that's what I'm trying. You keep saying that. That's where you're not having any respect for that individual. And you can't turn around and claim you saving them from oppression, and then you oppress them.
Hey, extreme situation, Platt. That's all I'll say, man.
That's terrible, man. When you think about it, you got to pick up. You can't read. You can't write. And boom, you're in the north somewhere, and you got to watch out for the bounty hunters. you got to, or they'll take you and maybe put you on a different plantation that's worse than the one that you ran from. And like you said,
Yeah.
disease, they got sick. Where they gonna go? Hospital? They ain't got no money. Starved, what they ate. Some of them was accused of theft. It was all types. Just the legacy and the history of that is bad. But for people to make it seem like what Harriet Tubman was doing was some noble thing, I think that's her problem. I think that aspect of her history, the freeing of slaves, I think that's where you find problems with that. And she probably, if you asked her, would you have done that? She might say no. She might say no. I wouldn't even fool with them because it's too much trouble in the sense that they want to go back and they make me do things that I don't want to do, but I have to do things that goes against freeing the slaves. I think she would say that, but it's too late now.
I don't think she'll say that, Platt.
Yes, she would.
I don't think so, man. That's a gross mischaracterization to say. I think she would. No, I don't think she'll say that, man. I mean, she lived the action, man. She lived the action. She gave countless interviews of her doings and why she felt propelled to do it. And it was admirable. So it's well documented. Books, audio, it's well documented. So I mean, just from hearing those, reading those books and hearing the audio, I don't think that, what you said, holds any weight as far as her saying, I'm doing it again. Not that I think she would do it again and again.
And okay, well, now hold up. Based on what you say, there's no way in hell she should be honored for that. That's a violation of people, brother. You can't do that. If you on Facebook and you hate your job, I can't show up come out the stock room with a pistol talking about let's go. So I'm freeing you. I'm freeing you. I'm freeing you. No, you can, brother. You know what? We have black people.
So you saying you don't deserve?
No. Black people are not even.
The slave masters
black
do.
People are not even recognized. They're not even recognized as free thinking individuals. They're not even They're not even adults. They're almost looked upon like children. They don't have a right to their own mind, a right to their own thoughts. Like the guy said in the chat, they fed them good. They housed them. Now, why would a guy want to go to the north and starve to death or get sick? Because now he was worth money. He had to be taken care of. Now he's on his own. He's free. You know what I'm saying? You got to think about it. Like, nobody wants to look at, we get the whole act of slavery was bad. Who said it wasn't? But a lot of them caught hell. They got free and they caught absolute hell. And many of them got sent back into slavery.
And a lot of them didn't. So that's the roll of the dice.
So it was okay.
That's
So hold up. So
why are you in the line to leave this? Why are you in the line to leave enslavement? But now you're having to change your heart. I don't understand. Your mind should have been well made up.
Good point, JR. Good point.
They want to go back. That's why.
Nah.
And also, why can't they go back if they're grown ass man, grown ass woman? Why can't they go back? So that's what I'm saying. This is where it's not nothing noble about it, then, because you're gonna force somebody to do it. All that nobility and God's work shit, you can throw that out in the river. Because if you're really doing God's work,
that's why I said
you'll let that person go back. You'll let that person go back.
Nothing. That's what I'm saying. Nothing was stopping you from once we got to the end destination. Nothing was stopping you from walking up to a bounty hunter and say, "Take me back. I'm a slave. Take me back." Nothing was stopping them from doing that. We're gonna get to the end destination. Once we get to the end, you free. Do what you please. Again, you on a plane, mid-air. You're not getting off the flight. But when the plane lands and we get to the gate, you ready to go back to wherever you came from? Go get you a ticket and go back. You're not doing it mid-air though. So you're not gonna do it mid-route. No. You're gonna get to the end. Once you get to the end, you want to go back and be a slave, go turn yourself in and say that you're a slave and go back.
The ones I don't think you went. I think you went to a worse plantation, but the ones who wanted freedom, Harriet showing them the way. Who has a problem with that? Whether you like it or not, one or two is not going. They're going to change their mind, or they're going to say they want freedom, and then they're going to want to say go back. The problem with the nobility, that's where you run into the problem in her history, because you can't say that's noble. No, you got to say, hey, that's the price you got to pay, because for me to make this person keep going, I'm no different than a plantation owner.
So that would have been like Trey in Boys in the Hood when he got out the car.
I don't know. I haven't seen that movie. I don't remember.
Okay, so let me ask you this, man. So where did the story come from that the woman did that?
Who, Harriet Tubman? I said
Yeah.
that her history is she did a lot of stuff, but one thing she did was she freed slaves. She first of all, she escaped. Nobody showed up. No, she escaped and got away. She returned to that same plantation to get her husband and a couple of family members. Husband had taken another wife. She rescued his new wife. There was periods of times when slaves wanted to go back to the plantation. They had second thoughts. That is when she pulled out a pistol and basically showed that slave they didn't have a choice. They got to keep going. And that's why I have a problem with the historical accounts of Harriet Tubman, because all of this good, hard, and honorable stuff that goes out the window if you doing that.
But what if that ain't true?
Well, what if it is true? Because that's what the reports are, that it's true.
Yeah, I mean, depending on who's telling the story.
Okay, so if it's true, do you agree with that?
I would think. I look at it when you said it the first time. I was like, man, what if they was like they hit a couple points that nobody knew about? Now they know somewhat of the route.
Do you think it's right or wrong?
Yes, it's right.
It's right to put the gun on them?
Yep.
Okay. Well, there you go.
The hammer on them, man. That's what I'm talking about, bro.
There you go.
Let me tell you, if we didn't hit 2-3 checkpoints. I'm not talking about at the very beginning. I'm talking about we 2-3 in. They know these spots now. You let them go, you gonna risk everything. And everybody else that's supposed to come after the same person.
If you want them to be free, or you believe in freedom, you would let them go.
Nah,
dog.
Now hold on. What if you force them, right? Say you got 10, 2 want to go back. Now, this is the thing. If you force the 2 to follow, you're no different than a criminal. You're like someone
who's already a criminal for freeing them.
But no. What I'm saying, it does matter for the people, because you're violating them now. It's one thing to take the slaves. Okay, I'm breaking the law, dealing with an oppressive slave master, and they want to come. That's one thing. It's another thing when those slaves say to you they want to go back.
Time out. You said violating their rights. They didn't have no rights.
No. I'm
talking
saying
about.
What gave her the rights? What gave her the morality to feel like she could do what she was doing?
I mean, if you
protect the plan.
Exactly.
She was trying to do what?
Ain't nobody bigger. Protect the plan. Nobody's bigger than the program.
Because
any one of those.
Jabbar.
I'm listening, bro.
What gave her the moral authority to feel like she could go and free slaves?
You see what he doing to boys? Talking about moral authority. Come on, dog.
Man,
Well, what
moral
authority does she have? She don't have no legal authority to do it. She didn't buy them.
But we
She have a
talking about
spiritual
moral.
authority.
Yeah.
How about that? It's a spiritual authority.
She did okay.
That's what-
Okay, well, she
that's what she
violated
wanted.
that when she didn't let them go when they wanted to go.
Nah,
We talk.
we
That's
don't know
crazy,
what
man.
part. We don't know when she decided when they wanted to go. Like JR said, mid plane ride. You know what I'm saying? You
They
can't
weren't on a
turn
plane.
around now. I get
They
it.
weren't on the plane.
Okay, forget the analogy, Flat. Right again. So we hit 2-3 checkpoints. They know where some secret places at, but we was hiding. So by the fourth checkpoint, they want to go back. No, you know too much. You can't go back. I got to take you out. That makes sense to me.
So if that was the case, once they got captured, and they, like you say, they know. Well, why didn't they just tell the people who captured them and they got sold back into slavery? Because they know.
That's why.
Who
That's why
said
they
they
took 'em out.
didn't? They probably did. That's
why
why
she took 'em
routes
out.
had to change up. That's why
That's every reason
people
right
that
there to
they
take 'em
were
out.
linked with on the route were in prison for helping the Underground Railroad
She had
because
to protect the plan.
because locations were given up. People
And
that
people's
were
faces was
helping
giving up.
were
Yo,
giving up.
family.
Yeah.
Come on, G. We talking about logic now. We talking about with greater good. And we talking about morals. There's gonna be a few eggs that's gonna have to get cracked for this situation to work.
Well, then you're not on a moral mission. Then
Oh
And you're on a
man,
spiritual
cut
mission.
it out, man.
you're not. Or what kind of spiritual mission are you on? Doing that to people, forcing people to do what you tell them to do when they don't want to do it.
You
Nah,
trying to skip over the whole overall plan. Nobody is bigger than the program.
What kind of moral mission are you on doing that?
She wasn't living in her moral truth. How about that? Now, morals didn't matter anymore because morals didn't matter when them boys was on them fields. There
Yep.
was no morals. There was nobody being sympathetic or showing any empathy, whichever word you want to interchange with, to none of them people. So she had to play the game in the same way. For this to work, it has to be a way. And if somebody gotta go, you gotta
What
go.
if you didn't want to? What if you
No
didn't want to
game.
leave the plantation?
I
Man,
don't
that's
think she
crazy,
forced
man.
everybody like that. That's just crazy to say. See, when it
What
comes
if you
to
didn't?
history,
No, I'm saying there were people who did not want to be. They didn't want what it said, disease and all that. They didn't want, and you could be re-enslaved, and you just basically freedom wasn't your thing.
But then why did they leave, Platt? That's
People,
what I'm saying.
okay, they made a mistake, brother. People make
And
so
that's
they can't be
cool.
free thinkers.
You made the mistake, and you gonna see this mistake through.
Bro,
And once you
when you
get to the
think of,
end, you can
when
go back to the mistake.
you go
It's
about
fine.
you go about 3 miles in that field, and as you start to see different landscapes, and we got another day to go, and you start thinking, man, forget this, I'll go back to the plantation. Well, she wouldn't let you, and that's why I'm saying that's where you see that the whole aspect of being a liberator and a good, historically perceived to be good. I think that you do have to re-examine that,
Man,
because she wasn't truly from that. When you say the slavery thing, it's not good if you don't let them go, because what's the point? You're oppressing them now. So hey, come with me off a slave plantation. Okay, I want to go back. No, you're gonna stay with me. But I would like to go back. No,
nope.
you're gonna stay with me, and you got a gun on them. You
Yep.
just became the same. You're doing the same thing that the slave master was doing.
She didn't have a choice.
Didn't have a choice.
The slave masters had a choice. See, the problem with history is you never know who tells these stories. People just put stuff out there and people run with it.
Tabor, we don't have a problem with the historical writings of Harriet Tubman. It's out there.
I mean, somebody.
We're not going to question that.
We should question everything.
No. Well, that's you.
Come on, Platt.
That's you and JR. No, we don't question everything.
They told you Columbus.
I'm not going to question that woman's history, bro. It's right there in front of me. They teach this stuff in school. These things are in books. They got that woman's writings.
That don't make it true.
That makes it true.
Nah, come on.
You don't, Tabor. You either want to have you want to have a discussion or you don't. But we don't just
that's
act like we can just make shit up, because we are not able to
Well, Platt, that's what you did.
I didn't
You
make
said-
up nothing. She
You
did do
said,
it.
no, Platt, and I quote, you said, she violated their rights. And I was like, well, what
I
rights
didn't
did
say
they
she
have?
I
They were
said-
slaves. They didn't
I
have no
said-
damn rights, Platt.
No,
So
yeah,
what
they have-
rights, what
they have-
rights did she violate?
You want me to answer the question?
Go ahead.
Human rights.
Oh, they didn't have no damn human rights.
Why is she
man.
doing? Why is she doing it, brother? Why is
So
she
you saying
freeing?
those
Why is she freeing
slaves had
slaves?
human rights? They had human
Why
rights.
is she freeing slaves? Why?
Oh, brother.
She had a spiritual calling.
Platt,
I said
you
it
out of
before.
control.
Okay, well,
man.
how you gonna say you're on some type of spiritual mission, but you don't give a damn about what you're doing?
Some people got. I mean, she cared about what she was doing. She had to make.
Well, then she would have let them go.
Nah, fam.
And then
Don't
look,
work like that.
Platt think he slick. Because after I was like, well, what rights did they have? And then he said, well, morally. No, man, nah. You know, we talk about morals all the time, Hunter boy.
I'm talking about
And now
Harriet
you talking about
Tubman, brother.
morals.
I'm
Come
talking
on,
about
man.
Harriet Tubman, and I'm telling you to do what she was doing. That's someone who has a calling and looks at from a moral perspective. It's her obligation to go over there and free them slaves. Okay, well, and that's what. Now you got to deal with them. Oh, well, I'm gonna tell you this: they're gonna do what I tell them to do. Or what else? What? I'm gonna put this pistol on. Say, now you don't have no moral calling. Then now you can do what you want to do. You're no different than a common thief. You're just going there taking shit, and if people don't follow your thing, you're gonna shoot them. Don't come at me with that BS. That ain't no moral calling. You ain't got no moral calling. That ain't no moral calling. And guess what? When you have a moral
extreme situations,
when you have a moral calling, guess what? You're willing to take your chances because the Lord is gonna protect you. You let that slave go back, and they say, "Well, he gonna go and tell on us. He gonna go tell on us." No, he won't. How you know? The Lord is protecting us. You go ahead, bro.
All right, man. Cut it out, man.
You know
Cut
what,
it
bro?
out,
You know
man.
what? But then you ain't really. Then you don't believe in it. Do you believe in it? Look, if you're gonna do that, that means you believe in something. Whatever Harriet believed, if Harriet believed in the Bible or whatever she was believing in, whatever
The
faith,
same Bible that they was beating them with.
whatever faith,
Exactly, Tabor. Exactly.
you know what, bro?
The same
right.
Bible they was
Come on,
using to enslave.
Here we go. Here we go. There we go. Now, look, you guys want to participate? You can. You want to just throw out nonsense? You're wasting your time. Okay? Just making up shit. If Harriet Tubman considered herself a Christian, I'm sorry, she's got to follow the tenets of Christianity. You cannot force anybody to do anything. Period. That's what a Christian is. You can't turn around and say, I'm going to be a bank robber, but I'm a Christian. Now, she had no legal authority, so it was a moral authority to go over there. Some of those people were not going to go. Why you guys keep trying to justify bad behavior? You don't do that. Force people to come with you who don't want to go.
Man, based on what you said about the criminal, there's criminals right now that be full-fledged Christians after they get out.
Are they really Christians?
I mean, I don't know. They took up the religion.
Well, I would disagree that they can call themselves the Queen of England. If they're not living a Christian life, they're not Christians.
I mean, can we say that about pastors too that get caught doing certain things?
Well, do you? Yep. They are. That's man. They're subject to flaws, so that's on them.
But does that make them Christians still?
If they're not living a Christian life, if they're not living a Christian life, they're not Christians. If they're claiming a faith and they're not practicing the tenets of that faith, they are not those things.
Man,
you ain't slick, dog. Hold on.
I'm not trying to be slick, bro. I have no idea why you keep saying this stuff. Look,
you gonna say
I don't know what Harriet Tubman's. It was in a Civil War 1800, so she probably was a Christian.
Probably, but we don't know. You can assume that.
I can go ahead and find out. She's got enough books.
That's what I'm saying.
She believe, she believes. Well, then, okay, hold on. So she's not a Christian?
We don't. I don't know.
Okay, hold on. So she's not. So you don't think she had a faith?
No.
I don't know.
Well, how you gonna be? Why you gonna try to save people?
Because she was called to do it. You can be
By
called to
who?
do
She don't have
something.
no faith.
She got spiritual faith. You don't need a book.
What
for
does she
spiritual
believe
faith.
in?
She believe in what she believe in. We don't know.
That
But
makes
that's
no
not the
sense,
argument.
Tabor.
Come on, that make perfect sense.
That
You
makes
don't know
she
what
believes in what she believes in.
Yeah,
now
she
you gotta tell me what she believes in, because if that's the case, then I can just say, okay, I'm gonna do what I want to, and I'm on a spiritual mission. And hold on, wait a minute. If it's a black person, right? Okay, well, look, hey, I think you need to follow me. Why? Because I'm on a spiritual mission. Well, what do you mean? You need to follow me. And if you don't, I'm going to put this pistol upside your head.
but
he just want to say pistol.
Most spiritual people don't even move like that. They don't force you to do anything. They just
Thank
tell
you.
you what it is.
No, stop. Full stop, Tabor.
Full stop. Come on.
You can repeat what you just said. Most spiritual people.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, repeat that. You said most spiritual people. Go ahead.
Most spiritual people don't move like that. They're going to tell you what it is and let you decide.
No. You said they don't force you to do anything,
okay,
right?
Same thing.
That's my whole entire point. The entire point is you can't be using that gun and claiming that you're a Christian. And you cannot be forcing those people to do what you want them to do. As much as all of us, as all of us agree with slavery, we all disagree with slavery. We have to accept that if we are doing the work of the Lord, we got to let those people go back.
You wild as hell, man.
You know what, bro? Y'all got, then you ain't a real
right now. Come on,
no way, Flat. No way.
You got to. You don't have a choice.
No way. No way.
You just described America in its entirety, bro, around the world. They do that. They the moral authorities for everybody. They force people to do things. They will destroy your land and then go back and rebuild it. Make it make sense. And it's called, and we're a Christian nation, right?
And we talking about morals.
Actually, we're not, but
morals for the slave masters that had people enslaved. Morals, man, I ain't trying to hear that, Platt.
I'm gonna say this again. I said I don't agree with the practice of slavery, and I thank God that I wasn't born during that time. I don't know if I would have made it, but what I'm saying is, if you feel obviously she had no legal authority, she did not buy the property. So what did she do? She said, well, I have a moral authority and I'm going to override. So she went and got him. Guess what? You're doing God's work. Two want to go back. Oh shit. We're halfway there. We want to go back. I'm sorry. I thought
but that's what I'm saying.
Then you
Who said it was God's work? I don't think she was running around saying I'm doing God's work. I don't think that was the case. Now,
well, why was she doing it?
Could I assume?
Why was she doing it? Did they have any money?
Because she felt it was wrong to see people enslaved.
Okay, based on what? It's wrong. It's based on what though? Why is it wrong? They own. Hold on. They own the slaves. They had to pay for the slaves. They housed the slaves. They fed the slaves.
Whose side are you on, Platt?
No.
I know, right? He's making it seem like it's a damn.
I'm done, bro. You know what? You can't have. So that's what I mean by. I mean, a black man cannot have an opinion. A black man cannot have an opinion. He can't have an opinion.
No, man. Hey, you know we all about. Hey, that's your opinion.
I'm saying that those were yours. According to American law, those slaves were owned by that plantation guy. Those were his slaves. Or whatever. Now you say morally. I never said that a slave plantation owner was a Christian, but I'm saying her. If you're gonna do what she's doing,
they were Christians.
That's a fact.
Well, that's what they believed. That's what they believed they had a right to own the slaves with. But I don't agree with that. I don't believe that they were Christians. Now they can call themselves. They can call themselves whatever, man. I can call myself Jewish. That don't make me Jewish.
but we know,
Wrong, man.
we
See?
know
You
they
know
can
what,
use
bro? You
certain
know what, bro?
words.
See,
You know
why
what,
That's
you
bro?
why the
doing that,
movie
Plat?
We
be
gotta
how
stick
they
to the
be.
topic, bro. We gotta stick to the
What?
topic.
Nah,
We on
dog.
the
Why you
topic.
doing that, Plat?
Go free or die. Go free or die. Was Harriet Tubman right or wrong? In
Hey,
my opinion, she was wrong. She went too far. I
if she
get it.
had to
She was
put,
a
if
one.
she had to
No,
put the hammer,
she
she had
she
to
was
put
a
the hammer to
historic.
the head.
She was a historical figure. Someone to be taught about, read about. Tributes to her. Wonderful, a godsend. But she had her flaws. Period.
Nah, man. I'll say this, man. For the ones that wanted to go back, Plat, you can say kidnapping. I'm gonna say, well, they didn't have any rights, so how were they kidnapped, right? So that there. Now the slave master could say, well, I'm missing stolen property. Sure, that's the law that was broken. That's your property. It's gone. It's stolen. So it's gone. But the slaves themselves did not have rights. So you, hey,
They
you
had
gonna
the
fall in
right
line.
to go.
Get
They
in
had the right.
line. You already
They had
here. You gonna
they
keep
had the
going.
right. They had the right to return back to their home.
Oh, okay. And you
They
said that's
did.
the moral compass. That's the moral compass you going
You
with.
cannot claim any spiritual faith
Yes, you
or
can.
position if you're forcing people to do things against their will.
Spiritual
Who
is
said she
don't
was
work like
claiming
that.
spiritual? Who said she was claiming it?
Well, then I don't even understand how you can say she's doing it because other than that, she was just taking them.
I mean, she was doing it because she was free and she didn't want her people enslaved anymore. So she wanted to do it.
Some
I don't
of them
remember reading her
wanted
saying this
to
was my
go
calling and
back.
it was my spiritual within my spiritual realm for me to go. And I don't remember reading none of that.
Some of
But
them
I'll
wanted
go
to go
back.
back.
I mean, it's well documented. It's well documented. I remember reading articles. I remember reading
Okay,
this stuff to my daughter recently. Like National Park Service. They
are
got a
you
lot of
familiar?
articles on it.
Are you familiar with sacrifice?
Sacrifice
It
of
depends
what?
on what kind of sacrifice you're talking about.
Well, that's the
Yeah, of what?
sacrifice is that
No, I know.
her position is compromised because some slaves wanted to go back home, and her position is compromised. But if she's truly someone who believes in whatever faith she practiced, I think it was Christianity. If she truly believes in that, she knows she's protected. And I got no. I got what you guys going. Then you don't believe. See, you can't say you believe in the faith and you're a follower of Christ or whatever religion, but you're not willing to have faith in that faith.
Every religion got bad and good people. You could be a good person that do bad things, and you could be a bad person that do good things. It happens on a daily with people. You could be nice, but have to be rude to people at times. And
Are
you
you
get ran over.
are you truly saved if you're doing that?
It ain't about being saved. It's about
It is
you when you
about
cruise
being
through this
saved. Are
world.
you following the
Come on, G.
faith? You
See,
can't
You can-
arbitrarily
talk about following the faith.
no. You cannot arbitrarily use religion like a pair of sneakers.
So we supposed to get
You
slapped in the
either
face and
are
turned
or
into-
you're not. You either are or you're not. You're a Christian or you're not.
How did this become a
Man.
religious thing? How? How?
You're either a you're either a Christian or you're not. Period. And
So
if
how-
you are,
that's not true.
if you are, you're gonna follow the tenets because you're a Christian. You're gonna act a certain kind of way. You're gonna always act that kind of way. Some people they don't use profanity. Why? They say I'm Christian.
But they still be doing
Nah,
treacherous things.
Vlad.
Just because you don't curse, don't mean
You
ain't
know
doing
what?
none
That's
illegal things.
essentially the problem, Tabor. Whatever world you come from, you don't believe some people are good.
I didn't say that.
No, they don't.
I
No,
just
they
made
don't.
the statement I just
There are
made.
plenty
about
of good people out
being
here.
bad.
No, they don't do no
I'm-
treacherous stuff.
I'm still
Yes,
hung
they
up on the
do.
fact, how do we
No, they
know she
don't.
was Christian? How do we know? That's not a fact. It's not a fact. We don't know if she was Christian or not. We do not
think she
know.
was. Hold on.
We can
I don't even
all,
know.
I can make a great
I have
assumption,
no
but
idea why
who
we keep
knows?
getting stuck on these minor points that really
No,
don't matter. Was
no.
Harriet Tubman a Christian?
See, now it's minor. But
It
you
is
said,
minor because it's
but you're
irrelevant because
saying
she
for
put
her
she put herself in a
spirituality
position.
and the calling that she had. You interjected that. That's what I'm saying. But how do we know if she's a Christian? You saying
There you
that
go.
it was her calling. How do we know?
Yes, a devout Christian, deep faith in God and the Bible, served as her primary motivating, guiding force, helped her risk her life to rescue slaves.
Are you
Yeah.
reading that
Now,
off the
you know
internet?
why? Hold up. You know why I didn't have to look that up before? Because why would she do it?
He got it tatted on his chest.
Obviously, the woman feels that it's her position to help and rescue, but she violated that when she pulled that gun out.
Man, she protected her.
But she had to pull the
protected the
hammer
mission.
out, man. She
Come
had to
on,
check
man.
some people.
Nobody's bigger than the pro. Platt, can anybody come to you and morally change your mind based on a move that you decided to make that you've been 2 years in deep? Can
I have no
anybody
idea.
tell you?
I have no idea what you just. Tabo, I don't know. I have no idea what you just said.
If you had
Morally
a plan,
change my mind on something I'm 2 years in deep.
if you've been working on a plan for 2 years, can anybody come into your life and tell you something that is based in religion of why you should be doing your plan, and it's gonna make you change your plan?
I'll listen if I feel like they're right. I probably would.
A random person?
He ain't
Come on,
changing
Pat,
his
that don't even
damn
make
plan.
sense, man.
I'll
That ain't
listen.
make no
Why
sense.
not? Why would I listen if someone thinks they can help me do something? Well, I'll listen.
They ain't helping
Oh,
you.
but
They trying to
listening
stop
and
you.
changing your plan is two different things. See? You see where you try to tie it up to my I'll listen, but you're not changing your plan.
I-
So
How do
boy
you
asked
I
a
know?
wouldn't even
specific
entertain
question.
that.
Hold on.
You saying,
How
would
do you
you
know
change your plan? You talking about you gonna
JR,
listen.
how would you know?
Come on, man.
I'm gonna say this again.
Don't
So
try to
hold up.
switch the words up. Now you
If
talking about how would I
someone,
know?
if
The way
someone,
you answered.
if someone had advice or information, I would listen. And if I felt it was something that was helpful, I would incorporate it into what I'm doing. Why not? I don't see why I wouldn't do that.
That's different from stopping your plan, though. We're not talking about incorporating knowledge because you're learning. That makes sense. That's
I
logical.
wouldn't
That's
stop my plan. And once again, Tabor, we keep going down this rabbit hole.
no, damn
About,
it.
no,
This is a
we
simple
keep
question,
we
Platt.
keep
That's
going
why I
down this
said
rabbit. We
I'll be
keep
on
going
point.
down this rabbit hole with you, where we keep dealing with these people like they trying to stop you, man. They hating on you, man. We don't. Tabor, that world. I don't really live in that world. I know what
I
you're
don't
talking
either.
about. Why you keep bringing it
I'm
up?
realistic because I'm
What?
realistic, and that's how the
Well,
world
yeah,
be.
let's not talk about that world. Let's give people the benefit of the doubt that they're decent people. How about that?
We can't do that.
I
We
do
can't do
that.
that. We can't have an
Well,
honest
I don't even know.
conversation if we
Well, then,
doing
the
that.
brother, you live in that world. You say you don't. Clearly, you do because you keep bringing it up.
Man, I just look at the world the way it needs to be looked at. I can't see it like you because I know people too.
Okay.
I live my
Okay.
own life. I've seen people that you do right by and you watch them do you wrong. They need something from it, you give it to them, and they don't know how to give it back to you.
Okay.
And then wonder why you fall off. Man, you done been through it too. You can't tell me you haven't, bro. You can't tell me.
But that don't apply to everything. It certainly don't apply with this Harriet Tubman conversation at all. I don't even know where you getting that from.
See, I hear you, Platt. I hear you, but we don't know that,
Your
man.
your sound, Jr. is you got the burps or whatever they call it on there. It's making a little burp, beep, beep, beep. You probably need to go down and come back. And you just bored right there. Just drop down, come back. Tabor, she shouldn't have done what she did. Period. Now,
had to, man.
You see, this is where you get into faith. No, it's a faith conversation now. She had to. Well, then she questioned her faith. That's a violation.
Faith, man. It's the
now
it's the
you
plan,
can't
bro.
question. Brother.
I'm
If
listening.
you have faith, if you're a Christian, you don't question you don't question God.
It's not about faith, fam. That's what
That's
I'm telling
exactly what it's about. That's why she was doing it. And what I'm trying to tell you that you cannot violate those. You can't put a pistol on somebody's head because you afraid they're gonna give up your position. If you are if you're truly a Christian, you let them go. And you put your faith, you put your faith, no, you put your faith in the Lord. You put your faith in God. And you say, they say, hey, all the other people say, he's gonna tell everybody they'll come get us and they're gonna come get us. You say, no, I'm protected by the blood of I'm protected. Don't worry about it. Just believe me, I'm protected. Come on, let's keep going.
Nah,
and that's
man,
how you do that.
You can't just randomly change those routes, man, for people to know information. I hear what you're saying.
You going forward. How they gonna know
always,
which way you're going forward? So you going forward, they're
because
going
the
back.
route is the route. That's
They
why
going
they used
backwards. They're going backwards. You're going forward.
If in your situation they use things like, if it was true about the braids and the hairstyles and it had routes in their head, those routes were in stone for the most part. So you just can't let no random stranger come through.
I'm gonna say this again, brother. He's not going with you. He doesn't know the route. He's going back to the plantation. You're going forward. You know the route. They don't.
But if that would be fine, right? I'm not with it if it's between the first stop and when they left or where they left from.
Well, then you're not. Then you don't believe. Then you have no. Then you don't believe in your. You don't have no faith.
That has nothing to do with faith.
No. Listen, brother, you don't trust in God. But that stuff was. She was doing this on some Christian stuff. Then you don't trust the Lord. You don't. Because you're doing something you're doing something from a moral perspective, from a religious perspective, which means you were told God told me to do this, so you got to trust in God. Okay, I got a pistol though. For what? In case somebody want to go back. Well, then you don't trust in the word because you don't violate the person with a pistol. You let them go back.
God can only do so much, G. That's like faith without work. You know what I'm saying? I forgot what it's like. But it's like even if you have faith, you still got to do the work. You can't expect for everybody to see it like her.
How's she not doing the work?
That's what I'm saying. She doing the work. So when people start to deviate from the plan,
well, then she needs to trust in God. Then she needs to trust in God.
So as black people in America, we just gotta trust in God. We gotta tuck our tail and let everybody walk all over.
Well, the ones who say they're Christians, the ones who say they're Christians should trust in God if they say they're Christians.
Man, come on, man. Come on, man. They got. You can't tell me based on the religion itself that they got Christians in high-powered places that still look down on people and do people wrong. And
well, are they okay? But are those people really Christians?
That has nothing to do with what the decisions they got to make. You can't bring religion in the decision. If somebody needs to be fired, despite the fact he got a family to take care of, he needs to be fired. It doesn't matter if y'all both Christians. That makes no sense. You wouldn't hire the person because he's a Christian. He ain't got all the talents, but he's a Christian, so I'm gonna hire him over anybody else.
Well, I mean, hiring, firing, that's a part of. We live in a society that those things have to happen.
Exactly, things gotta happen, and religion.
No. But you don't pull a pistol. You don't pull a pistol on someone because they disagree with you or they want to go in a different direction than you. You don't do that, and you don't claim to be a Christian, and you're not living that life. Now, do people do it, brother? I know people do that. I'm telling you, this Harriet Tubman. This is a historical figure. When you take a look at that part, if she was putting pistols upside the slaves who want to go back head, and I know it sounds good, and she ain't play, man, but that's not the work of a Christian. That's where you run into a problem.
Christian, bro.
What's up with you, Jolene? Yeah, it's right there written there. What are you looking for, brother? You just looking to argue with me? It's right there in black and white. The woman was a devout Christian.
Just because it's in black and white, don't make it true.
Well, then why believe it? What's a boy? If that's the way you want to view things, why believe anything?
Because certain things you can just see it. Certain things are is right in
We're
your
talking
face.
about back then. We don't live in that
I
time,
know,
boy.
bro. I know, but I'm
Well,
also a person.
hold up. Based on what you just said, why believe in anything?
Because some people know what it is, fam. I can't even really explain it. But you talking to somebody that has had paperwork put in their life and in black and white, it looks true. It's on paperwork. It's filed with the state. So you would think something about me, despite the fact it's a lie.
Oh, I
It
do
can be a,
agree. I agree. People lie. I agree.
so just because it's in black and white, don't make it true, bro. And certain things in black and
Well,
white don't add up.
people are certainly capable of lying. People will just put stuff on a YouTube channel or a YouTube load, and it's full of lies.
Full of lies.
Yeah, it's just nothing but lies. But
And,
that being said, she was a Christian, and no matter what you say from a historical standpoint, the free and slaves part, she failed that part because for whatever reason, she wasn't able to keep the slaves in a way where they didn't challenge her and want to go back. Because the gun thing, you can't do that as a Christian. You can protect yourself, but no, you can't use a pistol and force people to. A person can't come up to me and say, I'm going to preach the word of God. And I said, well, I got to go. Well, hold up. And he put a pistol on me.
let me
He's
ask you
not,
something.
that's not a Christian.
If somebody rob, let's say it's a pastor, the pastor at home, somebody trying to rob his house, he getting robbed by another Christian. That mean the pastor ain't Christian no more? Because he upped it
What did that have to do
protect
with a
his house?
pastor?
Because he still used the gun. It sounds like that's all
That
you
makes
got
no
for
sense.
the gun.
Kabor, you
It never
literally
makes sense,
make
bro.
no sense, brother. If someone
What?
robs you, that means your faith
I
is.
didn't say you.
How is my faith
I
in
said
question?
the pastor.
How is his faith in question if someone else is robbing him?
Because he had a gun.
The person who's robbing him?
No, the pastor had. Listen, this
Is
is what
he
I'm
is he
telling you.
protecting? Is he protecting himself?
Yes.
Well, no, yeah, he's Christian. He got right to protect himself.
See? And that's what I'm saying. Like, if he's still Christian, he just protected what he had going on. That's all. That's the point. He's protecting what he had going on. And ain't no random person go come in and take that from him and what he got going on. Those people that got caught from helping her, they didn't get caught for no reason. Somebody told. And I can guess, we can assume that it wasn't her. But what we know is most likely a person that went back told somebody so that way they can survive, opposed to the people that made it out going and tell on the people that let them go. That don't even make sense. Or the people that helped them out, they go and tell on them. Why would they do that? They are already free. There's no incentive for that. They would hope that more people get away. Man, America does the same thing. It'll be Christians that will be talking about certain things, or religious people talk about certain things that's right and wrong, and we find out that they're doing wrong things to people for no reason.
What does that mean?
But they're holier than thou. People use religion to control.
What does that mean?
Means.
That people of a faith violate their faith? What does that mean?
They use it when they want to. They use it to control people.
Okay, well, technically, if you understand religion, they're not. That's just so, like you say, they're using it when they want to. That's not a Christian. That's not a Muslim. You use it when you want to. That ain't nah. And the whole point is you have to believe. If you believe, you are going to be compromised because you believe. You believe, but you believe in the word. Your spiritual calling has more power in your life than your primal need, your primal desire. In a sense, you're not going to put a pistol on your neighbor, or you're not going to do something to your wife because they pissed you off. Why? Because you're a man of faith. And that's not how you should conduct yourself. But you may want inside you, wait a minute, what's inside you, you may want to do it. You may want to do it. You may, but you don't, because you're a man of faith, man of God. Harriet Tubman was a woman of God. But when it comes down to people wanting to go back, when people say, hey, I want to go back to plantation, she put a pistol on him. And when she did that, she violated her faith. She violated her faith. She gave in. She gave in to a demon. She gave in to a worse decision. And
She
she's
was
been
taking
able to
that route.
glide through history without criticism up until now. We're going to tell the truth over here. That's what we're going to
I mean,
do. That part, I don't take away any of her other achievements. Obama want to put on the $20 bill.
we know
Okay.
that wasn't happening.
Okay. But to sit up here and say to the world that what she was doing to those slaves was right, that shit was wrong, and it was a violation of her faith. And she
We don't
gives
know
her
if
the
that was a
authority.
faith, man.
You can't dub yourself. I have the moral authority to force black people to do what I tell them to do. No, you don't. Based on what? You got a pistol in your pocket. Well, then that's what I'm saying. Then you ain't no hero. That's not the actions of a hero.
You know, based on what you saying, like if that was based on what she was doing back in the day, I personally believe she didn't have no faith. She wasn't worried about no book. She was worried about the plan that was set in place, that she was put in place to overlook. And no matter what, she was going to protect that plan. Now, whoever told the story could easily make it a religious thing. So now we making an argument about religion and what's faith. Whole time, ain't no faith was on that field when they was picking that cotton for 12 hours and getting beat and kids being snatched and sold. We know that to be true. It still goes on to this day. So if you talk about slavery,
if the slaves, if the plantation owners didn't practice Christianity, or it was a convenient practice, they basically were Christians when it benefited them, it's okay for Harriet Tubman to be that way?
yep.
Well, we disagree.
Because you don't fight fire with you don't fight fire with fire. You fight fire with water. We know that to be true. We can argue all day. The worst thing you can do is argue with a person, that is telling you about your plan, and you can just walk away. I ain't even gotta listen to you. This is my plan. Well, if you so gung ho about your plan, follow your plan. I ain't stopping you. Why you trying to stop me? That's what I'm saying. Hello? I don't know. Not you having my last name with an N on it and you talking about me. The hate is real in the comments. Pat, you there?
What you say?
Oh, I didn't know if you was here or not.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Nah, man, I just believe that when it comes to certain things, people gonna say what they want to. You know, stories, people lie. Go ahead.
I have no idea why we going all the way down. And the fact is that some people want to go back, and she was known to have a pistol that she would force them to go forward. From a standpoint of right and wrong, that tells me that she was not practicing the Christianity she's claiming at all. She could say that all she wants to. I was doing it because the best thing to do, get them out of slavery. Not if they want to go. Not if they didn't want to go. Not if they didn't want to go. Period. So we make this assumption that it's okay to do that. And when you think about that, do you really care about black people? If it's okay to force black people to live the way you want them to live, do you even care about black people? You got to question that.
But I'm
so
not
a black person has to do what you say. And if they don't do what you say, you can pull a pistol on them. I disagree with that.
I'm not making an assumption on it. I'm being logical about the situation. I ain't even have to bring religion in it because the religion don't matter.
It does matter. It's everything. That's the foundation of what she was doing. She was doing it from a moral standpoint, a religious, spiritual standpoint. That's why she was able to basically break the law, but say, well, it was my spiritual obligation to break the law. I escaped from slavery. Slavery is a terrible thing. I was trying to help people, but you can't. You got to let them go back. And that's the thing. I don't know why we keep getting confused. If some of them, if call them whatever you want to, if they want to go back, gotta let them go back. And you talk about it, you think about it. So just think about that for a minute. You think that it's okay for you to do the same thing the slave master's doing? Well, how you say you freeing them? Free to do what? Free to starve? Yeah. If they want to be free, they got to understand there's going to be rigors, and it's going to be it's a process. It's going to take time for you to be able to be a part of a free society. You're a slave. But what about the people who don't want to do it? That's what I'm saying. You can't just ignore that. And then you got people who think that with nobody like that. No, and that makes you question Harriet Tubman. We get it. She's highly praised. Now, under Trump, I don't know. Trump might delete everything about her. But what I'm saying, Harriet Tubman had her faults. And one of her faults was this railroad underground stuff where she was forcing, not all of them, some of those people who wanted to go back. She should have let them go back.
Nah, man. Nah. They know too much. And at this point, you changing my mind from the if they made it to point A and B, but now it's just like they knew the way she came in and what she said. So if she came in a certain way in the middle of the night and was talking to people and they started making a week-long plan before everything went into place, the person already knew too much. You gotta go. Because that means if you saying this to one plantation owner, then you gonna go back and tell a boss man, and he gonna go tell the other.
Well, then maybe you shouldn't do it.
What happened?
Then maybe you shouldn't.
Man.
Then you shouldn't do it. Then, right?
Nah. We know it don't work like that.
Well, no. Maybe you should know. Maybe you shouldn't do it.
Nah.
If you say I'm gonna get these 10 slaves, and you know that 2 of them don't want to leave the plantation, maybe you need to just leave it alone. Maybe it's just not for you. Maybe it's for somebody else to save them.
Which one? Harriet Tubman?
Yeah.
Who else we got then? Over Harriet Tubman?
Maybe they don't get saved. Maybe they don't get saved.
Come on, man. That's crazy. So because a few want to be a certain way, she shouldn't protect the masses?
Well, if you're afraid, well, you know what you do? You stand before, it's called judgment, brother. If I'm out here freeing slaves, and my motivation is my faith and what I believe in, then I'm gonna go ahead and I'll let those other slaves do what they want to do, and I'll free the ones who want to follow me. And if I get captured or whatever and hung, I was doing the work of the Lord. It's not my position; it's the work of the Lord. I got caught and I got hung. You're right. I'm deceased, but I did it as a saved a person who seriously believed in the faith that I practice. I did it practicing my faith. Now you keep trying. No. You keep trying to find little ways to do it. But if you do that, you violate. Then you don't believe in you got to trust in the Lord, brother. You either trust him or you don't. You don't trust in the Lord. Anybody who says she should have put a gun out, they don't trust in God. They don't trust in their own faith. Oh, it's convenient. It's good to claim it, but you don't trust in it. And that's what this is about. It's a question of faith.
So with that point, right? Let me ask you, do you believe only God can judge you? You believe that?
Okay. We could go with that.
So I'm asking you, do you believe that?
I could go with that.
Okay.
No, I know where you're going, but you don't need to know what I believe. I'm saying I hear where you're going, but I could go with that. Only God can judge me. Okay.
Okay, so let's roll with that until you get in court, right? And then you realize there's a person that's about to judge you. And then we know it to be a fact that there's people that went to jail and they suffered the same fate as somebody that they had no clue about. They got what do you call it? They picked up the wrong person, right? They got charged. Certain things came out, let's say DNA testing or evidence overall.
Tabor.
Go ahead.
Tabor, we're talking about Harriet Tubman.
I know, but I'm also talking about faith. You talk about religion. I'm still on religion.
Talking about other stuff like another case or something.
Man, I'm talking about things that people believed in their religion and their faith and still got locked up. So it's only so much that you can
I
expect
have
out
no.
of a human.
What you want me to
You
do
don't
about?
get
I
it,
don't
right?
know anything about that, brother. We don't live in a
You don't know.
perfect world, Tabor. But once again, they're not going to put you on a $20 bill. They're not going to put me on a $20 bill.
They
They're
wasn't
putting
gonna
it.
put her on a $20 bill.
Well, it's still in. They said it'd be around 2030. It's still in the process.
And we have how long they been the people that has been on that money,
I
and you
don't
think
know,
they about to
Tabor.
take
At the end of the
somebody
day,
off? Nah.
they said they didn't say they're not going to do it. They said it'll be around 2030.
When they tell you
And they're
no,
gonna, so
so
if
y'all
they're
get
gonna
your
put
hopes
her,
up.
if they're gonna put her on on the money, then let's have an accurate historical account of what she did. And yes, if slaves wanted to go back, I didn't say all of them, one of them, she should have let them go back. Why? Because she's a woman of faith and she's got to trust in God. If God calls you to do something, He's gonna protect you. And that's the whole point of doing it. You're doing it under His protection. That's why you do it. When somebody says, "Hey, I'm gonna go visit my grandmama," and grandmama's in a crime-infested neighborhood, lots of shootings, but they go down there and visit her, and nobody touches them. They say, "Well, I take the Lord with me," and I know I have faith that I'm not saying that I could get caught up, but the reason I don't have no fear is because I believe in the Lord. And that's why my grandmama won't leave. I begged her. Everybody, we begged her to leave. She won't leave. And she always tells us she trusts in the Lord. But and so that's what I'm saying. People do have faith. And I'm telling you, if you're doing stuff like pulling out pistols, you don't have no faith. Get the fuck out of it. You don't have, and somebody should have told her that. How you gonna claim that you're a servant or that someone who's doing God's work and you got a goddamn pistol in your pocket?
Well, if we base it on that, man, the slave owners had Bibles and they can claim the same argument. I'm doing the Lord's work with these slaves because in the Bible it says a few things about slaves.
What about it?
I'm just saying, based on what you're saying about her, we can make
You
the same argument for slave owners.
Well, we're not talking about slave owners, but I mean, like, what they have always hidden behind the Bible. What about it?
I don't know, man.
No, they've
I
always
guess
hidden by biblical teaching when it comes to slaves. But do you know what you know how to defeat that, Deborah?
nah, I wouldn't have a clue.
I didn't live during that time. If I would have lived during that time, but then again, they wouldn't let me read, so I wouldn't know any better. But yeah, that's not Jesus. That's Paul. A lot of the stuff when they get into slavery and stuff, those are his disciples. That's not the word of God. And what are you gonna go by in the Bible? Yeah, you go by you do the right thing, obviously. But when you start talking about something like slavery and stuff like that, that's Paul. That's not Jesus. Ain't there speaking about no slavery. So what are you following? And we know man is flawed, right? So who said? Well, who's just sitting there saying the Bible is 100% correct? But no. But it don't mean you can go out and do your dirt and then hide behind it. Look, but Harriet Tubman, that's not me. I'm not going to be on anybody's $20 bill. Harriet Tubman is a historical figure. But if we're going to tell the truth, we got to tell the truth accurately. That she had some faults. And when it came to slavery, she sorely messed up when she decided to use a pistol to force people to go against their own wishes. She was 1000% wrong on that. And there's nothing wrong with citing that. She wasn't a perfect person. She was a hero. She did a lot of good things. But when it came to break freeing slaves, she failed. She failed in a lot of ways.
She's freed hundreds of them. So a couple
She
of them
freed
didn't make it.
70. It's on Google. And about 8 of them, about 8 or 9 of them, it was against their will.
Yeah, I see that. So she freed 70 slaves and made the history books. That don't even make sense. 70 people. They got
Well,
people that hire people. Go ahead.
she did more than that. It was actually historically she did more than just free some slaves.
Yeah, but for one of the things, I'm just saying, man, when it comes to these stories that I done heard from back in the day, again, as a kid, it sounded believable because an adult was telling me. But then I became an adult, and things just don't add up. I said it to you the other day about Columbus discovering America, and then I got older, and it don't add up.
But Tabor,
So go ahead.
you believe the earth is flat.
I do, and
I
I
know.
stand
So
on it.
that's right there though. You're a flat earther. And you're saying you don't believe in this and this and that. Well, see, people would
I,
the
go ahead.
people are automatically going to broadly make an assumption about the way you see the world because you think the world is flat.
And that's fine. And I'm gonna stand on it. Again, I just made the statement about Columbus. And we all thought as kids that was true. And then we got older and realized land don't just pop up. And there were people here. And there's history being dug out the ground. So how can you say one man discovered America? So you can't even say that's true. As an adult,
Well,
you have to
you can say he discovered America. You know,
come on,
just from
fam.
well, it's new to you. You didn't know what it was, and he didn't know what it was, and the Queen of England didn't know who it was till he found it. So
I mean,
you can
we can
say
tell
that
that
from their
story.
from their perspective, you can say he discovered America.
See, and that's where it get all messed up. Because that don't even make sense. These are adults telling us these things. These are teachers that was educated, and to them, I guess it ain't making sense. But it makes sense. So you're gonna tell the next generation something that you, as an adult, look at and be like,
Oh,
"Nah, land ain't
mm.
created like that."
Did
There's no.
Columbus know what this was when he hit it?
That's neither here nor there. He didn't discover it.
That no. Did he know what it was? This land, this new land. Did he know what it was?
I can say no.
Okay, so he discovered it from his perspective and the people who sent him to find it. From their
Yeah,
perspective, it's new to them.
but that's not how teachers explained it back in the
Well, I
day.
don't know. I can't speak on your teachers, brother.
And when we talking about teachers and the idea of he discovered America. And
He
and
he
further,
he
go
did he
ahead.
did discover America. I know you don't agree. Okay, it's fine. He
Yeah,
discovered from I when you say discovered America, it was already here. People were living here. I get that, but
see
from
that's
his
the games
from
people
his
play.
perspective, he discovered what he considers America, and he bought this newfound land. I think to the Queen, and that was them. But did he like know about it before? He didn't know about it. So obviously he didn't know about it. He didn't know about it.
Yeah, see that right there, what you talking about? I get it, and you can make that argument, but that's what people do. They be trying to play games, and you can't tell me
Well,
no
we don't play games over here,
either
Tabor. We
either
talk facts over here.
either he discovered it, bro, or he didn't discover it.
Well, you don't have to think he discovered it. Nothing says you have to believe that he's discovered America.
Man,
Just
people
like
lie all the time.
you believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I stand
Okay,
on that.
and, all right, you do. You believe that, right? Well,
Yeah,
other people believe it's round.
yeah, because they was told that, and they
So
believe
wait a
anything
minute. So
go
does it
ahead.
even matter though when you get down to it, though, Tabor? Does it even matter?
It does matter.
If I believe it's round, you think it's flat, we go on and live our lives, right?
Yeah,
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
but it does matter though. It does matter how people think. This is why when certain people start to get up, they don't even go argue. They don't even go back to argue or tell people about how to do something, because they're hard headed anyway. They're not gonna listen to you, and you can have physical proof of what you're doing if it's right, and they don't believe you. You can give it to them for free, and they don't believe you. But then there's going to be people that you will charge and overly charge, and they will pay every dime because they appreciate the information you gave them. They're going to act upon it, and they're going to come up off it.
What's your faith, Tabor?
I don't have one.
Okay.
I'm a spiritual person. Things supposed to be done a certain way. For instance, my baby mother, I tell you about it. It don't matter how she moved. I'm going to take care of my kid. I had a child with that woman. She want to be goofy. She want to lie. She want to manipulate, deceive, be vindictive. It's cool. I'ma still pay the child support on the kid I ain't seen in 11 years.
Yeah, but Tabor, some people, not me, they would say that essentially your problems is that you don't have a faith.
That has nothing. Faith didn't save me
Well,
from the lies he
no,
told
the
to
boy, they would
police.
say that's why you're so skeptical about everything.
I'm supposed to be. I'm supposed to question everything. I'm a
No,
free
you're not.
thinker. I'm a black man that's a free thinker.
You know
And
what,
it's a problem.
Tabor, do you know?
Said that earlier. Go ahead.
Do you know it's actually that this ain't got nothing to? This is me. It's actually not good to know or believe something about just not everything, but most things. It's actually not good to live like that.
I mean, people say that.
That sometimes it's okay just to live, man. We're imperfect people. We make mistakes. And that don't mean that you need to know about. So when you have faith, you trust in the Lord. You trust in your faith. You could be a Muslim. You trust in your faith, and you don't worry about the rest of that stuff.
I believe in energy. It has nothing to do with faith.
Somebody said she owned slaves. I didn't know that. Harriet Tubman owned slaves. I didn't know that. That's not true though. They just they'll come over here and just say anything, bro.
Anything. Nonetheless, like I certain things I be wanting to believe, and I got friends that I used to hang around, and I just don't like what they believe in. I know they'll talk about religion, this, that, and the third, and I'm watching the way they move, and I got the right to judge people. I judge everybody, bro. You could be a fool to walk this planet and not judge people. There's a reason why you would only give people so much, especially when you know certain things.
You're not supposed to judge people, Tabor.
Man, that's crazy.
No, it's not. Tabor, you unfortunately for you, and maybe that's up to you. You need faith. Which be Jewish, Buddhist. You need a foundation, and you don't have one. And that's what happens when you don't have a foundation. You too secular. Everything is about, that you too focused on the worst side of people, the worst side of man. No, I got it, brother. You've been through it, but you got to get away. You got to believe that the man has a positive side, which they do.
So I can come off like that, right? And that's fine. You would think that, but for the most part, I'll give the person a chance to play me, because that's all.
Well, the fact that you think they're trying to play you, that in itself, you need a foundation.
I'm saying, listen, I hear you what you said about me not having a foundation. I'm telling you, for instance, right? I can meet somebody and give them some game. I can meet somebody and give them $20, or I can give my friend $20 and hope they give it back until they don't give it back. So I'm supposed to give them another $20 next time they ask for it, or I'm supposed to judge them and be like, "No, I ain't go." I'm gonna judge them and be like, "No, I can't give you $20. You didn't pay me back last time."
Well, those are not good people. You paid $20 to find out somebody is not a good person.
That's what I mean. So I judged them.
No, you didn't judge them. They didn't pay you back. So you've made a decision that this is not a person I can include in my life. And it cost me $20.
And it don't matter how long I knew you. That goes for my bloodline, and that goes for people that I've been known for years. Certain people I don't hang out with.
You know what? You like a boat. You ever seen a boat, Tabor, and it's on the water, and the waves are pushing it, and it's just floating. Big wave coming, and it's moving. That's the way when you don't have faith, or you don't choose a religion, you're like that ship. You're just gonna go the way of the wind, and most of the time, Tabor, they turn over.
So what does a boat on water have to do with religion and faith?
The way you live in your life, you're, and I don't blame you. If I was living like in the streets and stuff, I wouldn't trust those people. I don't blame you on that, but you gotta reach it, especially a man with kids. And if not for yourself, you can throw yourself, say, my soul will burn in hell. But you can save your kids, man. You can introduce your kids to a religion and let them grow up with some degree of faith so that they'll have an understanding and believe that there's good in man. And you don't have to question everything.
Man, that's not what I would tell my kid. That's not smart. You
Well,
should question
well, do
everything.
your
You
thing,
shouldn't
bro.
just let
There you
things
go. Do your
happen.
thing. You're the parent, brother. Do your thing.
Yeah, I mean, my baby mom always told my kid about Santa Claus, and my the way I played it is I took my kid to the store and let her pick out her own toys. We don't see the world the same. And nobody and I don't allow people to put me in a box just because they feel a certain way about the D. I let you think what you want. You got that right. You got the right to judge me out the gate. You got the right to not give me a chance. But I've also been in situations that for the most part, when y'all like even y'all talk about the way clothes are and what we wear, I have been in situations that never stopped me from getting opportunities.
Well,
And I'm not talking.
let me tell you this. You're over 40. You better think about your future. And I'm gonna tell you right now, you ain't gonna be able to make it living off the streets and hip hop bullshit. That you will not be able to function with that being your foundation.
But
And
who
yeah,
said
I
that's
agree
my
with you. I know, I
foundation?
agree. Tabor, I agree with you 100%. You can't trust these people. These people are liars, manipulators, users. That's why you got to get away from people like that and go around good people.
But
And
you don't know.
even though they're not, hold up, even though they're not perfect, they're trying. So you do need to introduce yourself, your kids, and possibly your baby mama to faith. And if not for yourself, for the kids, just give them a foundation. Just give them a foundation. So when they get older, they'll look back and say, Dad broke his neck to get me to this church. And I remember this lesson. I remember this lesson. I remember this lesson. Don't let them just be out there and it goes by what's popular. It goes by what they see on social media. It goes by what what you think. You got to get out of that.
Nah, it sounds like Pat, you want me to be in a box with everybody else despite what I know. I gotta be blind to facts and who people are. I don't care if it's my mother or my father. And I don't move like that. I can't. I can say something about a church situation back when I was a kid, but that's neither here or there. Right? But it made me
So
who
you
I
should
am.
only go if you're a kid.
Because you're forced.
Well, there you go. Now you shouldn't go.
Forced.
No. You're right. Look at that. You see that, Deborah? Forced.
I'm not gonna force my kid to.
But that is a kid though, Deborah. It's
You
not
right.
like a kid doesn't really know right what's best for it. The parent does.
I get that. But it's certain things that my kid needs to know about. And if your kid is walking
Let me
around,
tell you something, brother. If you, not your kid, if you living your life based on social media or some concept or comprehension of right and wrong based on something that you saw, you're going to struggle. You're going to struggle. You can't do it like that, man. Now, you're talking about crooks in religion. Yeah, they do have crooks in religion. You avoid those. You might have to go to 5 churches to find a good church. But it don't have to be a church. It could be a mosque.
you know, man, and there's a lot of people that has followed a lot of pastors that have done certain things. And then there's other people that has came out about the same pastor and said the wrong that they were done by said pastor. And people will still believe in the pastor because they're religious.
But you ain't supposed to believe in the pastor. You believe in the word.
I hear you.
The pastor is no more than a speaker. He's the messenger. So if Jake's is a certain kind of way, if a Joel Osteen, it's irrelevant because they're nothing more than the messenger. What you focus on is the message. And if you understand faith, they're supposed Satan is going to deliver people like that. Matter of fact, he's looking for people like that. Satan will give you power. He'll give you power. Satan will bless you with power so he can then expose you. If you weak for the flesh, women, he'll give you women. And then once he gives them to you, he'll expose to the world what you're doing with them. That's how Satan works. Satan is there to make your downfall, and he's trying to influence you or the people listening. He's trying to influence them to not have faith, to not believe in anything, to believe the only way you can make it is being a liar, a cheat, a thief, an animal, give in to your primal desires. Don't give a fuck, and that stuff like that. And you got to understand it's a battle. The battle is for you. How do you want to win? When you give in to Satan, you are going down. Let me tell you something, bro. That is the path to destruction. That is a path to destruction, brother. But that's up to you though, man. Like I said, that's a place you need to find and understand that.
I found it. I'm doing better in life. I ain't got to play nobody. I ain't got to lie. I can have honest conversations. I can tell them when they're wrong and let them decide if they want to still rock with me and vice versa. It's open. There's a reason why people can tell me, like I told you, I was at the bank the other day. There's a reason why the dude was opening up about his family and he had no reason to me. The series of questions, the road that we went down, he openly told me these things. I didn't ask him that. People do that to me all the time. People can have a conversation with me about this right now, and like after this, right, tomorrow, we'll have another conversation. And I ain't holding this against you or what you said about me. I'm not tripping on it. That's the way you feel. That's your assumptions. That's your judgment. That's life, bro.
Your connection is burping, so you need to go down and come back. Got to clear it up.
All right, bro.
All right. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. Hit the Cash App, man. We trying to figure this out. Harriet Tubman pulling out pistols and hammers or whatever you want to call it when people wanted to go back to the plantation. Well, I say that you got to let them go back. I do. You can assume that she was right. I totally agree that she was right. I think she was wrong. I think she was very wrong. You got to let them go back. Harriet, well, I'm trying to free them. I know you trying to free them, but they got to go back. Why? If you care about them, do you care about them? Yeah. You got to let them make their own mind. You got to let them make their own decisions. You got to. If that's where they want to be, you got to let them be that way. You can't save everybody. You got, and she failed when it came to that because she went too far. And you agree with that, right, Tabor?
Agree with what part?
Harriet Tubman went too far.
I don't believe that.
Pulling pistols out because other people wanted to go free.
Yeah, fam. I put it in context as far as the situation goes. I mean, there's a reason why to this day, from what I know, Coca-Cola never gave up their formula for Coca-Cola. It's a trade secret. They're not giving it up, so you can't even replicate it. You can try. You can get close to it by putting some chemicals together, but nobody knows it. There's a reason for that.
I don't know about that. I think it's out there.
I'm sure it is because some people then got wind of it, but overall, it ain't duplicated to where you can make money. And if it is, Coca-Cola go come for you. We know that. But everybody don't move like that. You know who didn't move like that? The founders of McDonald's. You ever seen that movie called The Founders? Or The Founder? Where the white dude went in there and he found out everything McDonald's was doing. And then he hooked up with a real estate agent and he was telling go ahead.
No, I haven't. No, I'm saying I'm listening to you, man. I don't know. He said, what the hell is he saying? I don't know.
Nope, nobody ever knows.
The founders of McDonald's. I don't know.
It's a movie. It's the story of McDonald's and how the dude stole the whole idea of McDonald's from the dudes that invented it.
Okay.
And got rich. Before then, he was
selling but that was it. But you don't agree with you agree with that?
I agree with it to a certain point. Don't tell everybody.
Yeah, well, okay, let me say something, Deborah. And see, you're not a religious man. You don't practice religion. You are a very secular person. So you don't
I looked
realize
up that word.
the way you see the world, is very demonic because
Man,
you see things that are bad, but you see them as good because they have a financial reward, and that's living for the world. You're living
it's
for, you're living for the world. That ain't living uh, with a spirit in you.
that's
And
not
I'm
true,
telling you,
bro.
brother, you don't want to live that way.
That's not true, bro. I have worked. I worked in Houston for a venue for over a year for free, bro, just to learn this
Well, why
stuff.
would you
Cause
be proud
stealing,
of someone who stole McDonald's idea?
because it's the way he did it. It's the law. The point of what I was saying is that you can't tell everybody everything. They gave him too much information. That's why he was able to do what he did.
And he was
And we
wrong,
can.
right?
I, it depends on who you ask. I don't believe he was. You know
Why,
why?
why,
Because
why
his
don't you think
family
a
still.
guy who didn't earn what he got is wrong?
Because the law says he was right. He was right, bro.
Well, he
The
didn't steal
law.
anything. Then he didn't steal
You
anything.
you don't have to tell me.
Well, you said the law says he's right. So if he didn't violate the law, what did he do wrong?
You don't have to tell me. That's
Well, I
you're
wouldn't watch.
making my
Boy,
argument
I
for
wouldn't
me,
even watch a film like that. But I'm just saying,
bro. You should watch it, bro.
I
It's
don't want to
just
see
showing you
no shit.
America, bro. It shows you America, bro. It's not no BS documentary. It's the story. McDonald's is one of the biggest companies in the world, bro.
You said they didn't have a signed contract. Okay, I got you.
And see, there go morals, right? He knew they didn't have a signed contract, but he did it anyway. That's people. It's not me trying to look for bad in people. Again, I can rock with people
Well,
until
all
they
you're
do
going
me
to see
wrong.
is bad in people. If you keep living your life the way you're living, that's all you're going to get. They're going to be just look. If I want to go around people who are going to be slaves to their emotions, their desires, I would go around a bunch of unsaved, unchristian. I mean, unsaved, non-Christian, non-Muslim. I would just go around a bunch of people like that. They're going to be animals. That's already known. You're going to be if you are a slave to your emotions and your desires, you're an animal. I saw an alligator. He ate another alligator. Another. It was about half his size, and it was in the water with him. About five of them, and dude just he swam at an angle, and that gator just took him because he swam at an angle where he could get him. He got him, and then he ate him. And they said, "Well, they're cannibals too. They do cannibalize each other." You see what I'm saying? That's an animal. So he doesn't care. He saw opportunity. He took it.
But
He
people
just
do
took
that
it.
too.
Well, if you that's not the way humans are supposed to approach the world.
But you
And the boy, no,
saying
you
that,
keep talking about the people who do and they're successful. Well, you're not supposed to pay attention to people like that. If they did it wickedly, they don't deserve even your acknowledgement.
America did some wicked things, and I gotta acknowledge it. I gotta live in it. I gotta
Well,
live with
then,
laws that I didn't
good
put in
luck,
place.
brother.
What do you
Good luck.
mean?
What's up with you, Elam?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, I was just listening to the other brother, man, but
Mm-hmm.
you have to understand that even still today, slavery exists in Africa. I mean, that's where we came from. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Okay.
And we're not victims. Everybody at some point was slaves. That's where the word came from. It's a Slavic.
Was it the same way?
Yeah, yeah. You
No, it
had
wasn't.
some.
No, no, no.
No.
American
It
slavery.
was they weren't they okay. All right, they lost well, they had their land taken away, right? They had their land taken away and they became enslaved. Uh just like just like in Africa, the tribes was fighting and stuff. And yeah, people were eating each other too. You know what I'm saying? It was demonic, super demonic.
White people ate black people, right? They ate so many black people. They had a couple of books
Oh
published.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh
The
yeah.
The word
Delectable Negro.
picnic and barbecue and all that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh
We
yeah.
talking about that. But for the
You
most
you
part, when
talking
y'all
about
say
the dude in Haiti? The Haitian dude barbecue.
It don't matter who.
I'm
I'm just
talking about
saying.
America. They ate Negroes. They ate Negroes here in America. They got books.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
can go
Yeah,
buy the book on
and
Amazon that you can prepare how to prepare the Negro.
before anybody came to the Americas, South and North, they were eating each other over here. The Iroquois Indians, the
Nah, they
Shoshone,
didn't practice.
The
No, they
Shoshone
didn't.
Indians, the
They didn't practice.
Mayans.
No, they didn't. They didn't practice cannibal. No, they didn't.
But some of them could
That's
have.
how famine. That's how
It ain't
famine
about
become.
practicing.
That's how
They did not
famine.
practice cannibalism in the Americas before what Christopher Columbus. They didn't practice that.
Oh yeah, they showed
No,
they
they didn't.
definitely did, man.
No, they didn't.
Man,
Oh,
we talking about people, man. People
Everybody
do
is
things,
not.
bro.
Everybody didn't practice that. It was
We didn't
taboo, just
say
like it's taboo.
everybody.
It's taboo now.
Everybody ain't vegan, Plat. Everybody ain't Presbyterian.
right.
Like, come on, bro. We not having an honest conversation. We talking about humans and how they've been
This
moving.
guy. This guy.
That's an honest conversation, bro.
The thing is about humans, you know what I'm saying? It's worse than animals because they do the same sex stuff. It's worse than animals don't even do that.
Actually, animals do. Some of them
Oh,
do.
I should say mammals.
But,
Mammals.
why would you bring? I mean, like, this is my thing. Are you a straight man?
Yeah,
Why
but
would
we
you
talk.
introduce that stuff? Nobody's even talking about that.
No. What I'm saying is the animal instinct.
They
You know
do
what I'm
that.
talking about?
They do. Look, bro. You now, you can go and look it up yourself, but they do that. You gotta go. You'd have to go to have a discussion with somebody who understands animal behavior.
Mm-hmm.
But I hear what you're saying. You saying they don't do it when they do it.
But we see it as not we, not us people, but most. Well, it's a portion of people that's big enough to say that it's normal, even though it's a small
Well, our
amount.
society
Even
is
though it's
that's
it's a
that's
small fraction of
no
people,
American
but
society has the Supreme Court.
they keep promoting it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, what do you want me to say? Like you
But
say, vote against the Democrats.
no. It's not even. I don't even like some Republicans, dog. It's not even about that. I don't even like Lindsey Graham and all of them. I don't. But the thing is what I'm saying is that the media as a whole, they promote that, and then you see all these ads. You know what I mean, with the medicine and all of that, and you see the dudes kid. Like, come on, man, it's crazy.
What? Okay, what do you want? What do you want me to do in a society I don't control? I'm watching
Right,
I'm watching a TV, and somebody puts on some medication, and I see a white man and another man kissing, or
right.
they put date singles. How you feel tonight? You don't have to be alone. And then I see a dude call a dude. What do you want me to do about that? I can't control none of that.
Well,
I hear what you're saying,
there needs to
but
be
I
a
think it's
law.
a waste of time. I think it's a
Needs to,
waste of time to
no.
just
It
be
needs to be a
frustrated.
law. It needs to be a
Yeah, yeah,
law.
no.
It needs to be a law.
Well, they ain't
Law.
gonna put no law out there like that if it's
Yes, they
And
will.
how
okay.
can
Well,
you
then they
do
might.
that?
I don't know. Go talk to your congressman. They might do it.
But how
Hmm.
can you do that? And for the most part, there's people that's living like that, bro. Who are you to judge? That's what I mean, Plat. Right? I was just up here talking about judging. You should, but you was like, you shouldn't judge people. Here goes another person that's judging people.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
same way I would
You
judge
definitely
people.
supposed to judge people. You're supposed to judge people.
It's
That's like saying a turtle is not a turtle. If you see a turtle, you judge that's a turtle.
we know at this point people are changing words, and the dictionary in the 80s, a word was totally different than what it is now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
On top of that, when you start talking about slavery in America, what makes America's slavery different is that we're an international powerhouse on top of the world. And there's slavery still going on, and these places ain't powerhouses, bro.
Hold on.
So
I
that's the
think
good and the bad in America.
I think Platt trying to talk. Platt, you there?
I'm right here, brother. I was listening.
Okay. My fault. My
There,
fault.
there's good and bad in America, and I can see it. There's people that's
Yeah,
around
go
me
ahead.
that attempt. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Elam. You were making your point. I get. Okay, we get. You don't like the gay agenda. Okay. Now
Okay,
we're
okay.
talking about
Now,
Harriet
now with the
Tubman, but
Harriet Tubman, with the
yeah.
Harriet Tubman thing, she totally out of there for that, dog.
Oh, you
Yeah,
agree?
yeah, I agree. Yeah,
Thank
she
you.
gone for that,
Thank you.
dog. Yeah, you don't take nobody life
Uh-huh.
senseless. That's a senseless taking. That's straight up. Yeah, she should have been killed for that.
And that
So
don't even make
did she
sense.
really
She
want
was
to
more
help black
valuable.
people, Elam? Did she really want to help?
No, she was not helping black people because
Come on, bro.
you had plantations all throughout America, right? You had like 3 to 4 thousand black people that owned slaves too. Now, were they mistreating their slaves? We don't know. Were the white people really mistreating their slaves? We don't know. You had good and evil slave owners. It was the economy back then.
Elam,
But that don't
Elam.
mean the good ones didn't make bad
Yeah.
decisions, bro.
Elam,
Right, right, right,
if
right.
Harriet came and got you and freed you, she took you to the north. Now
Mm-hmm.
you can't read, you
Mm-hmm.
can't write, and you can't count. And you got one change of clothes. So the
Oh
only
man.
way you can make it is to, it's not slavery, but you're gonna be exploited. Boom, by the person who you pick tomatoes or whatever you do labor work for, right? You're gonna be exploited. You
Right,
can't count.
human trafficking, dog.
Yeah. So a lot of those
What?
people, like they said, a lot of the so-called free slave, they died of disease. They
Yes.
starved, and many of them were captured and reprocessed back into slavery. But this
Yep.
time, they went to the plantation they was on. They might have had a flat, some straw,
Right.
a place to sleep, and
Little
then they
hut.
cooked, and then the master fed them twice a day, and maybe on Sundays they ate the scraps from the big house that
Right.
they would give them all. They was like, okay, well, he had steaks and this and biscuits, and here we go. We cooked too much, and the house slaves would cook too much of liberty because they know the overflow would go out to the slaves. So that was your life. You
Mm-hmm.
ate on maybe once a year. I mean, once a week. You ate nice, right? And the master would give permission that you can have a wife, and because he would pair you off, right? Now you were living like
Mm-hmm.
that, right? Now she says, "Come on, go with me." You don't know. You say, "Well, should I stay? I'm gonna go." So you go halfway through it. You change your mind. She put a gun to your face. So then you go to freedom. What's freedom for you now? Now you ain't got nowhere to stay. You can't read. You can't count. You ain't got no
Mm-hmm.
woman. And now you go out and do labor, right? You do labor,
Mm-hmm.
and if you get sick, you die. And they saying that, and
Yeah.
you can be
Yeah.
recaptured. And they put you on a plantation. This plantation, they don't give you shit. All they
Yeah.
do is beat the skin off your black back and give you the bare minimum. They give you like trash to eat. And then you say, "What about Sundays?" And they say, "What about Sundays?" Well, don't we
Yeah.
get to eat
Yeah.
at the big house? He said, "Not over here. Here you go." He pisses in a bucket
You talking
and
about up
put.
north? You talking about up
No, I'm
north
talking
or?
about you at the new plantation. You tell them about, hey, the
Oh, okay.
Sundays
Yeah,
where
yeah.
you
They
used to
sell you
be,
off. Yeah.
or Sundays where I used to be. We ate food from the big house and they took care of us. He said, "Okay, well, I'm gonna give you what you're gonna get today. I'm gonna give you what you're gonna get today, nigga. This Sunday." He pisses in a bucket and puts some oatmeal flakes and said, "There you go,
Mm.
eat up." Because they
Mm.
don't care. They don't care about the people. So I'm saying, you call that freedom? That's freedom? That
I
ain't
mean,
freedom, man.
bro, based on what you said when it came to that show the other day, we was talking about Bonanza and something else, right? And you was talking about how dudes was living and all they got was food and a place to sleep. It sounded like even 100 years later that was the variation of what was going on with slavery.
Slavery, if you went to say under 150 slaves, and that was too much, 150, but right around when you had about anywhere from 15 to 40, they were
Yeah.
family. The slaves grew up just
Yeah.
like you. They were family, and you trusted them, and they trusted you. They was
And
family. So
yeah.
were they treated like, nah? Now, when you get into your liberals, some of your well-to-do liberals did treat slaves, and that was the problem. That's why they don't like liberals now. That was the problem. They didn't like that liberals would teach them how to read, how to write, also give them a flair of arrogance. So even though they were black slaves, they were arrogant because they were understood the finer things. They understood society, and they
No,
understood
those
that no. They're
oh, go ahead.
coming from a liberal owner who was a lawyer. His wife was a lawyer, and they said, "Okay, you're gonna grow up with our kid, and we're gonna teach him how to read. We're gonna teach you how to read, and he's gonna grow up just like him. So you're gonna develop his ways, and yeah, we're gonna keep it in the house, but we ain't got to worry about it." And then when you wound up going to a plantation, you went to a plantation. They like, who is this nigga? And you like, well, that's a dinner fork. And they like, what? What? That's a what? That's a salad fork. Your positioning on your plate is wrong. That's what I'm saying. Like, who the hell is this thing? Who the hell are you? That's what I'm saying. And they suffered because of that. Because they were back in slaves, and they was like, you don't get to teach us anything. And how arrogant are you to think? That's what I'm saying. That was the black dilemma. That was the black perspective, man.
Yeah,
But yeah,
and
if you had a liberal master, in many cases, especially a wealthy liberal master, he raised you up to be just functional. In addition, that's why you get in the HBCUs. They created them for what? Descendants of the slave master's kids.
It's even
well,
named the colleges, the HBCUs are named after slaves. So so you have good and evil in everything,
that's
right?
what I'm saying.
Even though
And so
even though you have a slave owner, the slave owner gonna make sure you ain't gonna get touched by nobody. You got, you know what I'm talking about? You go into town and you got five white boys and there's five black dudes. Y'all go into town, y'all go get groceries
Well,
and get, you know what I'm saying? It
it
wasn't
depends on
all
what you do,
evil.
though. If
It
it no,
wasn't,
no,
no. It wasn't all evil. That's what
bullshit,
I'm
it depends on what you
man.
did.
Look, no. Ah,
good
God.
people do evil
If
things,
I'm
bro.
if I'm driving my master to town, and I've done it before, and I get in that town, and he say, Rufus, uh, wait till I come out to tell you to go to the back door. Keep the stable right here, and you stay out here. Um,
Right. And you
if
got
I wander around and I do something, let's give you an example. What I do, I'm in town. I wander
yeah.
in front of the horse, and Missy walked by, just a white woman. And I'm a man. So I see a white woman, she smelled good, she looked good, and I stare at her. I notice her, and as she walks, I stare, like my head starts to move. And that's witnessed by people in the town. The master can't save me.
No. That's called reckless eyeballing in
I
today's
got you.
term.
So
Reckless.
master, he can't come out the thing. That's my right. That's my driver. He okay. Nope. He violated the law.
Like
What
even bro,
and what the hell does him what makes him so bold to be eyeballing white women? So they would then kill him.
Okay. That may be of a story of ignorance. He may have not known the law, or the master or his slave master or his partners ain't telling him, hey man, you better keep your head down. But I'm sure back in those days they knew the law to the T. Ain't no way you drive down this town and you 18, 19 driving your boss. Let's just get it straight. They say master, but it's your boss, your supervisor, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like it's good and evil and
Your
everything. It still
owner.
doesn't. It still doesn't negate the fact that when your supervisor died, he gave the black family 100, 200. How you think black people own land? It wasn't the Africans. It was the ones after that. Still, black people own ranches and farmland today. Farm or ranch.
I don't know how many back then owned ranches, but there was some free slaves.
Right. And they own land. Even
Nah,
during,
not like wait,
before,
you
it,
saying
it
that.
was
Also, you know,
during, before, and after.
a lot of them lost their lives too. You know that, right?
Right. They did, but for the most part, you know what I'm saying, you
why did
had
they lose their land?
They lost their
Uh,
life
the
because
Civil War.
they
The
wanted
Civil
their
War.
no, no, not before. Look, black freedom didn't mean that you were free. And if somebody wanted something for you, they could take it. And you got no investigation. You really got no justice.
Yeah, ain't no cameras, none of that. But at the same time, it wasn't a galvanized. You didn't have a whole bunch of people around you at all times. You know what I'm saying? They can catch you slipping and stalk you. You know what I mean? But I'll give you this. I'll give you this. Look, the only reason I know for a fact is I'm from Galveston. I am an actual descendant of slaves. I'm third generation. And hold on.
Did Harriet free your people?
Yeah. Look. No. Harriet didn't free my people. So my people came from Tennessee after no, during the great what is it called?
Migration.
The reconstruction period and the migration period. My great grandfather went to Wharton, Texas because it was so much land, and he was a driver wagon. So a driver wagon is pretty much a semi truck driver. You know what I'm saying? In today's time, and he went over to Galveston County. And then he ended up in Galveston. Bought a house in Galveston. That's when they. That's when he had his kids. And then my grandfather came along. But the thing is, what it all boils down to is that, man, before, during, and after slavery, man, you had powerful black people in power before, during, and after slavery. And you can not play victim and say that,
Okay, hold on. So
oh,
I can't play victim because some black people out of millions of people,
hmm.
less than five black people had money. So I can't play victim. Explain that to me.
So the thing is, along the way, I'll tell you this too. Look. Okay, I grew up in the projects. I grew up in the so-called, you know what I'm saying, in the streets and everything. Does that mean I have to be subject to it? No. I went to the Navy. I was a deputy sheriff. Then I got hit by Hurricane Ike in Galveston. Then I went to the Army in 2008 after the hurricane. Went to the Army. Did another 6 years in the Army. Got out. And I'm extremely successful. I have no ill will toward anyone. I treat everybody the same. And I treat my sons the same too. I don't, I don't, man, I just can't understand how can be so much animosity towards one race of people
Mhm.
when even the Irish people and everybody else, the English enslaved the Irish, the Slavic enslaved the
So
Armenians, the Armenians enslaved
because other
the.
races got enslaved, and there's slavery in the Bible, black people should be uh, understanding about their enslavement.
It's not only about understanding, it's about forgiveness. We never forgave
Oh
anybody for
man.
what we've been through. We never forgave nobody, but all everybody else did. The Chinese forgave the Japanese when they took over in World War II. The Japanese had China. China was finished. And China got so bold and hit Pearl Harbor over there, and Pearl Harbor. Then what happened?
But
Nah, you
everybody,
killed all
you
the
can't say
nah.
all the citizens forgave, bro. You can say a few of them, even the higher ups, the people in power said they forgave. But people don't forget. That's an
Right,
easy to
right, right,
say,
right, right,
bro.
right, 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 right. But the thing about it, yeah, you'll never forget. But forgiveness is more powerful than you think. You know what I'm saying?
Why? Because he forgive you, forgiving for yourself and not the other person, right? It's a mental thing. Come on, bro. I
No,
hear
no,
you.
no, no, no. What I mean by that is that everybody commits sins and have in the past. But what if you wasn't forgiven? Now you got to go see God. Now you got to go do a burnt offering and hope God don't kill you. You doing your burnt offering in the tabernacle. Now oh man, but Jesus died for that. But still, you still have to forgive.
You don't have to do anything. That's people pressuring you to do things that they want you to do. People don't have to forgive people and can still live on and live to their old age.
Okay, I'll give you another example. Let me put it like this: if Carmelo Anthony and the white boy, if the white boy was black, would it still be an uprise like this how it is right now?
I would think not.
Mm-hmm. That's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean,
Yeah,
man. Like
I'm
you,
confused. I'm telling you, I'm confused. Tell me
I'm
something.
telling you. Well, so okay. So what I'm saying is that despite everything that happened to our ancestors and to everybody that you know what I'm saying, like in America, you still have to learn how to forgive, man. And there's no forgiveness, and like nobody forgives anybody for anything no more.
Why
Like
would
like
you?
like
How do you let
like.
somebody play in your face and then be like, yeah, we should keep forgiving people? That's crazy.
It's the same thing as walking away, bro. Like
No, it's
it's
not,
not.
bro. Absolutely
It,
not.
like if you get in an argument with somebody and they, yeah, BAN and oh and blah 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 blah. You don't have to do nothing. You could just walk away.
I get
You could
that.
just leave.
You ain't got to deal with it
That's
no more. That's not forgiveness.
right,
That's not forgiveness. That's walking away. That's not you
bro.
forgiving anybody.
Man, all I'm saying is, man, is that we are the only people in America right now. Well, it's a few as a group, bro. Like we're the most unforgiving. We'll give you a pass, but we won't forgive you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
because you can't. You don't let people do you wrong. You know what? For the most part, bro,
you're talking about
you
being naive. You're talking about being naive or something like
nah,
that,
bro.
or
Nah,
manipulated.
that's not being naive. All manipulated. I'm telling you, I'm directly talking about what you're talking about.
Oh, okay,
You
okay.
don't you don't just keep forgiving people when they're playing in your face. They're out
No,
here
no, no.
fighting for basic rights. I mean, if there's laws that was put in place that went against us, and that's part of their history, like, how do you
Right. No,
supposed
no,
to
no, no,
play
no,
that?
no. Those laws wasn't put against us. It would have been self-defense if he killed him in hand-to-hand combat because that's equal escalation. Now, when that knife, or if it was a knife or a gun or whatever, I don't care what it was. Now it's unequal escalation. Now that is murder in Texas. I'm in Texas right now.
I mean,
Look,
I'm in
look.
Texas too. I said that before. Somebody was talking. Go
Right,
ahead.
right, right,
Well, I
right,
don't
right.
agree with that, but I mean, he says he can say that if he wants to. I don't think it was. I think it was self defense.
That is not self-defense, bro. You can't have hand-to-hand combat and another dude got a knife and the other dude don't. That's
I
crazy.
said that before.
That's crazy. That's unfair as hell.
You can't bring a knife to a gunfight and the person with the gun kill you and I mean take you out and you had a knife.
Already. I mean, that's bro, that's uneven or what you call it, unlevel escalation of force. This unequal escalation of force. That's what it is.
If he put their hands on you, you gotta use your hands. If he pull out a weapon, you can use a weapon. Now
Now
you're
see the
talking
thing,
self-defense,
now the defense, they messed up when
depending on the
they
weapon.
the defense messed up by not making that boy get on that stand and cry and lie on him. God forgive,
And
I'm just playing. But nah, he had some remorse, but that was at the stadium when he just, you know what I'm saying? Is he all right? Like, dog, like he got to get on the stand and pull it out of him.
what you what you
Prosecution,
what you just said, we all know to be true, and we know they send cats up to the river all the time. And there's a lawyer that I had to deal with personally, and she was on the stand lying for her kid, and they know she was
right?
lying. You can hear
Yeah,
her lying.
yeah,
She said she didn't know certain things, and by law, based on her law license, she's supposed to tell somebody before it went the way it went with her son. But people
right.
do that on the stand. This
Yeah,
is what
people
I
lie on the
mean about
stand all
people
the
playing these
time. They lie on the
games.
stand all the time. And
So for you to
they even caught one of the witnesses lying on the stand yesterday. They
that's
With
had
his
personal. It's
friend.
21
personal.
people, 21 people on the stand, and one of them lied. That's what sold it up. And then they showed the video and they showed the autopsy, dog. That's with his heart outside of his chest, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
They
Now
showed his heart outside his
that's what
chest.
did
Well, we
it,
got
dog.
Shane. We got Shane up here. What's up with you, Shane?
What up? What up? What up?
Well, you want to chime in on this Harriet Tubman, where she felt like it was her obligation to basically force slaves to leave slavery?
Right. I'll speak on it real quick. So you can't force nobody to do what they don't want to do. If it ain't in them, you feel me? You can't make it get in them. She learned that too on her journeys throughout the South, trying to help people on the Underground Railroad and whatnot. She couldn't save everybody. She had to let some cats stay on the plantation. So it's the same perception today. You're not supposed to try to save someone that can't save themselves. If you don't have the will to live as a free person, then hey, that's on you. And we see this with this Carmelo thing too, man. Like there's a lot of scared Negroes, bruh. It is what it like. Let's just cut it down the middle. There's a lot of scared Negroes, man. They trying to soft shoe for white tea acceptance. It's like, dude, they will never accept you because you are black. It is what it is. Now that doesn't mean all white people are racist, but a lot are. Okay, a lot of other people who are not white are also racist, as you could tell. So you in this alone, whether you like it or not. The sooner you realize that, the better.
There you go.
I'm just saying it's better to walk away, man.
Don't you think they need to emphasize this to kids when they talk about Harriet Tubman? She
They
did
do.
some good things. She did some good things, but she did some bad things.
They shouldn't be
Right.
telling the story at all.
No. They need to know
That's
this
what
story
I-
because Harriet Tubman, her husband, told her not to go. That's a rebellious woman. That's the
There you
first
go.
step.
See?
Don't get
Look.
with no fucking bitch that ain't gonna do what you tell her to do. You think I did that? Hell no. I've been married 21 years. You think if I tell my wife to come out here, hey man, babe, give me a beer real quick, she gonna give me the damn beer.
So
Right.
she did some good
Make it
things,
simple.
but she did some bad things. And
Already, you know what I'm talking
I think they deliberately downplay the bad things because, I mean, there's nothing wrong. I think she should be praised, and she is a hero. But I think that's why they downplay the bad things. Going
You
on
know
a
why?
slave
You know why she not a hero? You know why she not
well,
a
no, she's
hero?
a hero. No, she is a hero.
Look, you know why she not though?
Well,
Not in
no,
my book.
she's a
Not
hero.
in,
There's nothing about her that's not heroic.
And so the
Uh-oh.
Nat Turner and all them other niggas ain't no hero.
No,
Nat
Nat
Turner more of
Turner
a hero than her.
well, to you he is, but I'm saying no, he's not considered an American hero. Not Nat Turner.
That's terrible. What about Frederick Douglass?
I mean, you ain't gotta take away from one to big up the other, to boost the other. You know what
You
I'm
feel
saying?
me?
Man, she not a hero because she didn't listen to her husband. What he told her to do.
That's
I feel
crazy
you though.
right
I
there,
feel
big
you.
dog. I hear that.
That
God
negates everything. He said, man, babe, stay home. Man, what the hell? What you talking about?
Shout out to Jolena. Appreciate it.
But
Tabor.
we know
She got the same
but
name as you, Tabor.
that's what I told you with the N on it. And she up here
Yeah.
just violating. I feel
Yeah,
violated, to be
Tabor,
honest with you.
Jolena Tabor.
Laborious.
That's your kid up here, Jolena.
No, it ain't. Oh, we
No,
violating
sir.
today. Oh, we do. She been on my top in the comments for at least 2 hours.
She said, yeah.
Feel away.
Tabor, she said, yes.
You know what I'm saying?
And she was putting them up in barrels. She was putting them up in barrels. She like getting this barrel. You're like, what the hell? No.
Yeah, that's going too far, man. We have to respect each other. We get it, slavery bad, but
Yo.
we still got to show a natural respect. And I felt Harriet, and I get it. No, I 100 because I'm saying we see that now. We see that in America right now,
Yeah.
with black people. If black people don't fall into a certain line, they're attacked and they're questioned. Their blackness is questioned. And you
They
know
do
what
it
I'm
to
saying?
me all the time.
Harriet, to me, living the way she was, she really didn't have a whole lot of respect for black people, and I felt that she took advantage.
Oh man, dog.
Bruh.
He going in, black going in. He said, look.
No, I felt she took advantage of blacks because anytime somebody said they want to go back to the plantation, like you said, they was
right.
disease, despair. You can't read, you can't count.
Yeah.
You don't have nothing on the slave plantation. You don't have much, but you got an old cart. You got straw over maybe a pillowcase. You got familiarity with the other slaves. If the master, some of them were, is generous, he lets you have a wife, and he feeds you. And that was is that living good? No, that's slavery. Sure, I get it. But if you call freedom is worse than slavery, that ain't freedom. And I'm saying that's why, to me, she was wrong because she got to understand they're not her. Okay, you made it. That don't mean Luther and Rufus is gonna make it, and you got to let them go back.
Right, you gotta let them go,
Right.
man. It's
Right.
like
Because they're
going
gonna mess
back to
up
the
your thing.
You
already.
gotta
That's like
you gotta believe in the God. No, that's where your faith come in. You say, hey, I'm on a mission. God sent me on this mission to save slaves. 2 of them want to go back to the plantation. The other slaves said, well, they're gonna snitch out. They're gonna tell the master where you at. You look at the slaves and say, do you want to go back? Yeah. Are you gonna tell us our position? No. You say, I trust them. I'm on a mission. I'm doing the Lord's work, and I'm gonna trust in God.
nah. That's why
Oh,
she
I know
did
you don't.
that.
I know you don't believe in
Now
God.
that's wishful thinking, Platt. What if they say they gonna not snitch and
Well,
then
do
they
you
snitch?
believe? Why do it? Why do it if you don't believe? If you're doing it because of your faith, why would you get out of your faith?
I mean, but is faith blind though?
She never trusted in God. She ain't even trusting her husband. How she gonna trust
Oh,
in God? She don't trust in her husband.
uh oh. You going there with it? The lady's gonna be mad.
She didn't. She didn't trust in her husband. She didn't. That means she don't even believe in Jesus or God.
Damn.
That's what you're supposed to get. The God. God comes from the man to the woman to the children, and then up and then children, woman, man. So it's God, Jesus, man, woman, children. Then it's children, women, man, Jesus, God. That's the order. That's the chain of command. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
She can't believe in God and be talking about and disobeying her husband.
Well, let me ask you this, brother. What if her husband was a coward?
He
Not
he
saying he was, but
was he,
he
he
said he
was
was.
he let her go.
Right.
He let her go.
Right.
He should have divorced her ass right there. Where you going? And
They
you
did.
know them
They
you know
did
them
get a.
stage coaches. You know them stage coaches. It's gonna take you a whole 3 months to get to.
Well, they didn't have it. They was mostly on foot, right?
Right.
Oh, yo, that's even worse. 6 months to get to from Virginia to Georgia or something like that,
Well, I
or
don't
not
know
even
about
Virginia.
trips that
Damn.
long, but she led them to the north. So, and
Oh man, I
my
ninety
thing,
five.
if you
Damn.
truly, if you truly believe in the word of God,
Mm-hmm.
you gotta understand that there are gonna be some people who want to go back, but you also got to believe and have faith in humanity that they won't give up your position. You have to.
Man. Well, she didn't. She didn't. She ain't do nothing but exploit and help kill more black people.
Mm.
Mm.
Because when they
Oh.
got back, you ain't hear no word from them. Where you go? Why you back in 10 minutes? I told you to be back in five. I told you to be back in 5 minutes.
Right.
Yeah. And some, you like I said, you got good and evil and everything. Some slave owners let it pass. Oh man, you all right, man. Don't worry about it.
Well,
But some of them, man.
slavery though, if you had about 15 slaves, if you were
Mm-hmm.
black and you had a little stretch of land and you had 15 slaves, well, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, you grew up. Those slaves were like family.
Mm.
The they were
Not
like
all of them. Not all.
no, they didn't really. No, I'm telling you, when they
Some of the black plantations was worse than the white ones.
mm,
Uh-oh.
they
Because you look
treated
like me. How you gonna tell me what to do? You look like
no,
me.
they treated them like family because they all lived
Okay.
together, and we got it. There was slaves, and then if you're a slave, you ain't gonna sleep in a master's house. But what I'm saying, for the most part, it was
Mm.
family. So what I'm saying, freedom meant
Mm-hmm.
leaving a family. It meant leaving familiarity. It meant that, and that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. The way people say,
Mm-hmm.
freedom is good. I get that part, but you can't. You got to let the ones who want to go back. That's my point. You have to. Why? They
Yeah,
don't
you
want to
have
go where
to.
you want them to go. They want to go back. That's what they want. And it's like,
Right.
well, I'm gonna shoot them. I said, man, come on, man. That ain't.
Yeah. What's that movie? That not a movie. It was a movie. It's scary as hell. Is Sodom and Gomorrah, dog. You look back, pillow of salt. You're gonna turn into a pillow of salt. His wife looked back, she gone. She out there.
I mean,
Don't
that's the
look
thing,
back. Leave and don't look back. Start a new life.
type of people in the first place. That's the question.
What's that? I
If they
can't
don't
hear
want to
you.
leave, why even bring it to them? You know?
Well, you don't know that if they want to leave or not until you run into them. Say, hey man, come on, get in this barrel real quick. I'm gonna take you up north and you're gonna be
Get in this
free.
barrel. Get in this
That's how they
barrel.
used to transport barrel, or you know what I mean?
Right.
And put Jack Daniels on the barrel or some kind of alcohol on there or beer or something, but it ain't beer. It's a human in there.
Right. It's the niggas
Cause you know
darkest
right, they love, and you know I just learned this, dog. Jack Daniels is it was a black man that made Jack Daniels.
Right. Right.
Man,
Yeah,
that pissed me off.
if you look at the old pictures, he's there. It's like number white dudes, and then it'll
Yeah,
be
it's
a
on the
black.
porch. It's on the porch, right?
I
They
think
all
that was
sitting on
his
the porch.
name. His name was Jack Daniels.
Yeah, that shit pissed
And
Okay.
me off, man. I
he
wonder
showed
why
him.
I like this whiskey so much.
No, he showed him how to the barrel. He showed him and chark. He knew how to, and who knows how he learned, but he knew how to extract it from the wood and the charcoal.
Right.
And
That taste,
yeah,
right?
the others
Man.
other liquid the distillers
Hmm.
didn't know how to do it, so he did it. But then again, he was a black man. He couldn't patent it. He
Right.
Cause he
couldn't.
was a
Yeah,
slave.
yeah,
Cause he was
so
a
that's what I'm
slave.
saying. So he couldn't do that. And also, technically, if a person was your slave, if that person was your slave, everything they did was yours, your
Right.
property.
Right.
Right. But I'm gonna make sure his family taken care, this whole family, generations. Man, that's man. And you know the Tropicana orange juice, that was a black dude.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Tropicana orange juice,
Wow.
black dude. Black dude made patent everything.
See, there's a lot of history of our people. Like, a lot of people don't know the International Order of 12, Moses Dixon and the Knights of Tabor. They had about 200,000 black men before the Civil War that were getting ready to take Savannah, Georgia, right? It
Yeah.
shows, man, like, black folks was not just beat down and all suffering. It depends on
No.
your personal lineage. Yeah.
It depends on your what plantation you was on. Now, if you was resourceful, nah, you gold. You making him money, you ain't finna get no license or nothing. You ain't getting nothing. And you gonna have a family, and you gonna have your little plot of land, and you gonna have your and making your inventions. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's why we got to tell
And
the whole history.
right. I mean, like you had like motherfuckers like Jack Daniel. Well, his name wasn't Jack Daniels, but you had people like him, a lot of people like him. Even the dude that made the cotton gin. Come on, dog. You
Right.
think they finna kill him or his family? No.
Right.
Well, yeah, the problem with deleting them is they were property. And
Mm-hmm.
if you say, "Hey, I'm gonna delete your," that's just bad for business. If you say, that horse ran away, so what you gonna do with
Mm-hmm.
it? I'm gonna shoot him. And they're
Mm-mm.
gonna say, well, you spent this amount of money on him, and
Right.
so that's what I'm saying. That's the same thing with slavery. Now, did a lot of them die? Yeah, a lot of them died. But then again, life expectancy. You weren't talking about living like into your 40s. That was not the norm. That wasn't the norm for the
Nah,
white.
about 25, 21.
Well, now you got a little
but
bit more.
but but
Might have got close to like 38, 39.
hey, the thing I tell you an old saying, you ain't gonna kill a mule while it's flying. Why would you kill the mule while it's flying?
Well,
That's
I tell
crazy.
you,
And
I
then
tell
and
you,
then
you
you
didn't
gonna get
live. Oh, my bad, brother. Go ahead.
mm-mm, mm-mm.
No, I was just going to say, I
Not
tell you, you
go
didn't
ahead.
live Metcalf. No, I'm playing. Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me chill out.
Oh man, dog,
But
good dog. Man,
Yeah,
dog.
and we're looking at Harriet Tubman.
Right.
The history of her. She did some good things.
Right.
As a female, you really have to wonder to do it as a black female, a slave, a runaway slave. She did a lot of good things in her life, but when it comes to that issue where she was helping slaves, no matter how you look at it, the fact that she used a weapon to keep those slaves in order, that's a violation of a faith. If you're a Christian, you can't say you're a Christian and you're forcing people to do things. The way you really look at that is if you truly believe in the word, you trust in God. So if you've been
Right.
called to free slaves, if you've been called, you go free slaves. If
Yeah, man.
if in the process your position is given up, obviously you try to escape, but you also trust that the Lord won't misguide you. So, and you're being tested. See, your faith is being tested. Who knows what's going to
Right.
happen? But now
Right.
you don't say, "Hey, I'm gonna put a gun on them." They're not smart enough. They don't understand.
Yeah, God
Uh,
ain't say that.
yeah,
God,
no.
dog.
I'm saying you don't do stuff like that. As a person, you got to respect the people. They don't know. They too stupid to know.
Right.
So I got to make the decision for them. And that's when a person can say, "Well, are you any different than the slave masters?" Because you're forcing them to do something. And that's exactly what he was doing. So what is freedom to you? Freedom is force, and there ain't no such thing as forced freedom.
Right. I'm gonna give y'all a few names, man. Just some notable examples. Can y'all hear me okay?
I hear you, bro.
Okay. So it says several black men who had been enslaved rose to become politicians, particularly during the Reconstruction era, 1865 to 77. Joseph Hayne Rainey, and this was he and his wife escaped to Bermuda after the war. You know what I'm talking about? Benjamin Sterling Turner, Alabama. Robert Smalls, I remember him, South Carolina. I remember him. He stole a ship. He stole one of the ships, one of the boats, and went up north. Blanche K. Bruce, 1841, 1898 when he died. Jeremiah Harrelson, Alabama, and others like John Roy Lynch, Mississippi, and James T. Rapier, man, and Hiram Revels. He was the first black senator in 1870.
Mm.
Mm,
First black and other one, Frederick Douglass, escaped slavery to become leading abolitionist orator,
hmm
writer. You know what I'm saying? That was Abraham Lincoln partner.
Right.
Okay. What about Harriet?
Like there's it's already in the history books. Like we ain't got too many examples.
Right.
Like
We're
what's
not
What
going on
lazy
today?
people.
hmm
Right.
examples of what?
There's too many examples of successful black people.
Okay, black people. Okay, plenty of.
Black,
Some of
especially
them.
black men, especially black men.
It's okay. Some of them.
And black women too. That one lady, what's that lady name that made the perm with the hair?
How
She
to
was the
be well.
first. She was like the billionaire in that time.
No, no, she wasn't a billionaire.
Today's money, she'd be a billionaire,
Mhm.
like 5 billion.
Okay, Ida B. Wells.
Yeah. She. Today's money, billionaire.
Right.
And you say that to say what? What's the point?
Damn, Flat, why you shooting this plane?
No,
Oh.
I'm asking. That's a question.
Uh,
That plane was high too.
I'm telling you,
And
he
then
said.
and what I'm saying is people getting all jacked up and emotional about today's thing because it's so amplified because everything is on video now. You can't get away with nothing now. You constantly being recorded, and especially if you black, you out there. You out of there.
Got you.
Like in the case of the case that's going on right now, but you know what I'm saying? Like
What you think about that, Elam? The Carmelo
to be
Anthony case.
okay,
Was, was
so the
justice served?
thing
Was justice served?
um I would have to say yes because I have two sons in, college and high school, you know what I'm saying? Because you won't want to get no phone call of your son getting, deleted, and you at work and you gotta hear this, your son getting deleted when there ain't supposed to be no weapons in there in the first place. But at the same time, anything can become a weapon. And then you have to think, could my son have walked away or just left that boy alone? Yes, he could, but he didn't. But I taught my both of my sons better. Just walk away, man. Especially he was a little dude. You you 213 pounds, 6'1". My 17-year-old is 230, 6'2".
Let me ask you this: well, how should
You know what
black
I'm saying?
people? How should black people approach the Carmelo Anthony, uh, the sentencing, the trial? 19-year-old kid
Right.
is going to spend a good 20 years in prison. How should
Nah,
black people look at that?
yeah. Yeah. They should look at it as they should take the shoe off, put the shoe test, put the shoe on the other foot. Had that been your kid that got killed, don't matter the color, take the color out of it. If that's your kid and you get a phone call, man, your son just got killed. You know what I'm talking about? It ain't about color. He ain't supposed to have no knife. I don't care what object it was.
It says
That's intent to kill.
a cleat cleaner.
Yeah, clean cleaner. I don't care what it was. It could be a pencil, because a pencil will kill you. A spoon will kill you. A plastic spoon will kill you. A cell phone will kill you.
I don't know, man.
These new titanium iPhones will kill you. All you gotta do is bash somebody else head in with a,
I
and it's
got
a
you. No, you
titanium
cool. You
iPhone.
cool with it. You cool with it. That's cool.
I'm
I'm
not.
not.
No. I'm not cool with it. That's the thing I'm saying. I'm not cool with it. Both of them had the opportunity to walk away, but it was just got so heightened. Man, it's just unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Now the boy is big, and the other boy, the black boy and the white boy, the black boy was what 130, 140.
Right,
But
5'8".
I don't, but yeah, 5'8". You know what I'm talking about? But I done seen a whole bunch of. Let's just get it straight. We rarely lose fights. Niggas rarely lose fights. I don't care what size he is. He should have just, and when he shoved him, he should have just let the hands go. And what I'm gonna ultimately say, I blame the dad because the dad didn't teach that nigga how to throw them hands and how to and get in that ring with his son and punch him in the face a few times.
We do
Cause I
need to
did that
do.
with my boys. My boys are confident they can hit them hit somebody in the face and they out of there. And kick if they got a knife, kick their ass, keep that distance away. Kick them in the stomach. Get that snap kick in there. All they got is that snap kick, the jab, hooks and uppercuts. That's all you need. The ground game, the ground game, they learn the ground game, but don't kill them. Do not know when to stop.
Well, check this
That's
out.
what. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, check this out real quick, because
Yeah.
we got to understand that Carmelo is not like us. He was raised in the
Hmm.
burbs. He's raised in the burbs. He had a 3.7 GPA. He was like
Oh shit.
a nerd type kid. Not a nerd, but he was like a square. He ain't seen no street activity. I don't think his parents.
Oh.
So he don't know what to do. He panicked.
Oh shit. Yeah, my
And he's
kids.
17, man.
Oh man.
Shit, when I was 17, I was
Man.
tweaking too. So, I'm not saying that he should have unalived Metcalf, but I'm just saying, like, we got to factor in everything. You feel me?
The role of a man is so pivotal. Or your uncle, or your cousins, your big cousins. man, that shit matter, man. He would have treated that shit different. Even though
Right.
he 140, even though he 140 or whatever, and you got hands, man, he would have walked away.
Right. And I think you made a good point. You said like it's the education part. Cause I do agree with that.
Right.
We should teach our children, bro, you don't go nowhere alone, dog. Like, what are you doing?
Hell no, you supposed to be in twos or threes. Shit.
Right. 2 man, 3 man, something, bro. Like, you
Four.
tweaking.
No, I would say four minimum four. These
Right.
days and times, anybody can say anything about anybody. You need four niggas with you. I don't care if they white, black, Mexican, Asian. You need four niggas with you. Cause you got nigga parts of every race. You got Asian niggas, white niggas, black niggas, and white niggas. I made to say that twice. But you have the N-word in all races, especially in Houston and Dallas too. Frisco,
Hmm.
Frisco ain't immune to this shit. Ain't nobody immune to it. Nobody. And that's the thing, man. I have to blame the father. If that's his biological father, ain't no way I'm finna let my son, you know what I'm talking about? Go ahead, son. Yeah, go to the track meet. Nah, I'm gonna be at the track meet. You gonna sit your ass right here with me.
Like, you need to be at that joint
And
supervising.
don't be going to nobody tent. Motherfucker, what the fuck? Stay your ass on your home side over here. See, I'm from
Now,
Galveston. Ain't nobody ever came on our side of the football field on our stands. That's crazy.
I ain't gonna crap on Carmelo too heavy because Metcalf is responsible too because he initiated the conflict, him and his brother. So,
He shouldn't have put his hands on that boy.
right.
He should have went to an administrator or a goddamn police to get his ass out the tent. Don't
Mm-hmm.
touch him. Because at that point, you 17. In Texas at 17, you're an adult. You
Right.
will be tried and you will be prosecuted and charged with a dope penalty, bro. Like, and this is the perfect example. Now, do I believe, hey man, the jury, you know what I'm saying, and the verdict, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. If it was my son, dog, I'm looking for the death penalty, man. I want this motherfucker dead tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Right after that shit. That's my son. You killed my son, mother. If he don't, man, come on, dog. I don't care if he was black, white, Mexican, Asian. I don't care. I want him dead.
That's one way to look at it. Because
For
if you,
real, dog. If you just change the colors, let's say Metcalf was black. Come on, dog. Let's say
oh, he would have.
Metcalf was. Come
If
on, dog.
Metcalf was black and Carmelo was white, Carmelo would have walked. I'm sorry.
And look, Carmelo. Look. I've never seen because he what is it? Welterweight, flyweight. I don't care. But I done seen little dudes beat up big dudes all the time.
No, I mean walked
But
in the sense of where he beat the murder charge. That's what I mean.
oh man, yeah. It has. But
Because
see,
like, right,
the thing that jacked it up too
right,
was it was on school grounds, bro. So
yeah,
man, school ground, dog. That now like, if it was at a corner store or in the streets, it would have been a lesser charge because you don't know what's going on. But it's in a controlled environment. You know what I'm talking about? It's
right.
controlled
They got
environment. You
right.
got guns everywhere with the police. You got a track meet tournament. Man, come, it's like 400 competitors on that track field. Man, it's just unfortunate, man. Did he try to kill that boy? No,
Right,
no, he did not. He just wanted him to back up. You know what I'm talking about?
right, right,
He wasn't trying to kill that boy.
right. No,
He
he
was not trying to kill that white boy. He wasn't trying to kill that white boy.
that's why it should have been manslaughter if anything, man. Not no murder. They got him with M1, dog. That's tough.
Man, bro. That's what I'm saying, dog. But you got to understand the family thing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
if it was your son or my son, or one of my sons or your son or, daughter, or whoever, niece, man, kill
Right.
that nigga. You know what I'm talking about?
Right, but we can't let the legal system get abused because there was a lot of things in the
Right.
case on the prosecution side that was real funny style, like conflict of interest. The judge knew Metcalf and his
The
father
judge
was
knew. Yeah, yeah,
conflict. Right.
exactly.
That's an
Bro, I
issue.
knew that.
Right. We
It
we ain't
might,
got no problem
you know
with
what?
justice.
And you know what?
Right.
It's a legal term. It's a legal term. It might get opine. You
Mm.
know what opine? You know what opine means?
No.
They can open up that whole thing back open like it never happened again.
Mm.
Like it never happened. Like all this jury and all the verdict and the 35 years. Nope. Delete all of that, dog.
Right.
Opine. You know what I'm talking about? They gotta take it to the Texas Supreme Court. You know what I'm talking about?
Right. Right.
And
They
then after
should.
that, and then the Supreme Court can, you know, Texas
Right.
Supreme
Right.
Court, and then it's the Supreme Court after that.
Right. If I was
See,
Carmelo
but
people, I'd be doing that. Like right now.
hell yeah, I mean, if my son did some stupid shit like that, yeah, I'm a fight for my son, even though you know what I'm saying he did that to somebody.
Right.
But my sons, they got hands. They gonna avoid the fight. They gonna matter of fact, my son's gonna walk away or run away. Like, bro, what are you doing, Joe? Like, leave me alone.
Right.
Or like, cause the white dude, he pushed him and shoved him, and like, bro, like, you know what I'm saying? You putting your hands on people and stuff, you know? And
Right.
man, dog, you keep your hands to yourself, dog. Just if they'd have asked nicely, hey, sir, could you move out this our team tent? You know what I'm saying? But like, oh,
Yeah, they
get
could
your
have
ass
did
out of here,
that.
get your, you know what I'm saying? Like, ask nicely, dog. Hey, sir, could you please, you know what I'm saying? We got this is somebody's seed, this is our tent. Like, it's people be talking crazy to people all the time and don't think nothing gonna happen to them.
All right. Well,
That's
he,
what
he
that
fucked around and found out. Metcalf found out. Like
yeah, you can't
I
be
know it's
talking
kind
to
of
people, right. Go
right.
ahead.
No, no, go ahead, bro. You got it.
No, you got it, dog. You just
No,
finna
I
say
was just
something.
right. I was just gonna say they love saying. My main thing is okay. It's a crappy case, man. I'm trying to cut down my cussing and swearing. It's a crappy case,
Yeah.
dog. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But in the same breath, I don't like the way that people are trying to spin it to try to pull black folks into some kind of emotional, race war type joint. You know what I'm saying? It looks like they're trying to pull it towards that, and we just want fair treatment under the law. That's all we
Right.
looking for.
Right.
We ain't trying to
Right.
get no, where black people can do whatever they want. Nah. But it looks like they can
Yeah.
do whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? That's what it looked like. But
I'm gonna tell you what made it worse was them protesters outside of there. And, man, that made it worse
right, that
because
was ignorant, man.
oh
That was
man,
so
bro. That pissed me off so much, bro. Like, why are you outside the courtroom antagonizing the jurors? You know what I'm saying? And you and you
right,
and you out there like that.
right.
Cause my cousin is in McKinney in Dallas. He
Mm,
was telling me, he was like, man, these niggas finna get this nigga locked up, man, for life. I
right,
was like, what? No, nigga, that nigga little nigga, man. He was like,
right.
man, these niggas in this parking lot keep antagonizing these white people. Cause he went to school out there, Allen
Mm,
University. I'm like, bro, come on, dog. He was like, nah, dog, they keep antagonizing and fucking with the judges and cursing the judge out. Nah, nigga, this shit ain't finna be good, Ken Fogue. I'm like, what?
that's crazy.
Nah, bro, no. I'm like, the
Right,
nigga ain't number 19, no. He ain't got no felony, no misdemeanor.
right.
He was like, man, these white folk don't give a shit about that. And he's like, everybody out here, because, man, never mind. Anyway, but dog. And lo and behold, and then he texted me today. He's like, see what I told you? I'm like, bruh, that shit matters, bro. Optics matter, bro. A lot.
Dude, they do.
Sagging
Shit,
pants
I
and
saw one. Right,
that shit matter,
right.
dog.
They do. But this on the flip side of it too, because it go both ways.
Yeah.
They used to lynch us with suits on. You know what I'm saying? So it go both ways with it. The thing is, we want to be on our best behavior for ourselves, not for them.
Right. So that's the whole Martin Luther King thing. That's when the white folks, the real Republican was like, hey man, them motherfuckers look like us. Hey,
Right.
I just got this suit tailored. That's my boy. Like, that's my boy, man. Nah, like the real white people, the Republican white people, the original Republican white people, because the Republican Party was started to free slaves. Let's just get that
Right.
straight out the
Right.
gate. So now you got these hoe ass
Right. Well, they make it
what you
about
call
white
them
identity politics. Right.
yeah race bait nah they ain't nah dog it then shift and morphed into something different. That's why before Martin Luther King Day, he's like, man, I think I'd have led my people in the burning building. This the burning building
Right.
right now.
Yeah, the integration,
This is
because
the burning
we had our
building.
own. Right, bro. We had our own shit. We had our own economies and all that. I'm not saying segregation like the
Yeah,
oppression was good,
they should
but
have
we
just
stuck
left it
together. We
alone.
had our own.
Right.
Right. So
We
Carmelo
did
would have never
better.
been this,
Yeah.
you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What you think
Right.
about the dude that be reading them index cards? Like, hey, read this index card. I'd be like, man,
Who
dog.
that? What he be doing?
It's this one dude. This one black dude. Be like, here, read this index card. Yo,
Oh, that's crazy.
and they don't know how to
Well,
read it. And they be like
oh, you talking about the
25,
people that can't
30.
read? Right.
Yeah. The people on YouTube, them shorts, they be like, read this index card. And they say all the complicated words, and you know what I mean?
Right. Right.
That's not
Right.
only black people. That's all man.
Right.
It's
It's sad to
getting
say
this the
that.
burning building, dog. It's crazy.
Right.
It's insane.
Ironic. Right, because on the Booker T, when we had Tuskegee popping like it was back in the day, that was one of the best schools for all people, not just
For
black. And so we was
especially pilots.
outclassing a lot of white.
You had white boys come over there for pilot school.
Right, right. Learn from us.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah, the
Carter G.
the
Woodson said
Tuskegee.
it in his book.
Yeah. Yeah. The white boys come over there, you get shot down, put some duck, how to do the duct tape and how to fix your wing and get back on the and then man, come on, dog. That's crazy. That's
Right,
crazy. How to fix your man, come on, bro.
right.
Because
That's
they
why I
didn't
be
have
telling my people,
missiles.
like, don't. Right, right.
Don't what?
Like, right. No, I said I tell
Yeah,
my people,
man.
our people, don't be discouraged, man, because bro, we went in 1860
Man.
from $20,000 of collective net worth to 750 million in 1913. Nobody else has done that. 50,000 patents. We the only people that do stuff. We make magic out of stuff, man. So don't be discouraged by Carmelo going down or whatever. Like, bro, we got to just keep on the track. You feel me?
Well, red, green, blue, right? You know, like information technology. So I'm in information technology.
Mm-hmm.
So hold on, let me pull up his name.
No, you good.
Well, um, Harriet Tubman, you go look up yourself. She did some good things, but she also did some bad things. And if you care about black people, you have to disagree with what she did to black people. If you care about them, you don't care about black people, I'll follow you.
Okay. Besides the murder, no, I shouldn't say that. Besides the often, you know what I'm saying? What else did she do, man? Like, was it the crazy
She
stuff?
led some. Now she joined the South. She was like the first female, and she led an armed
What?
rebellion um, as a female.
Oh
Uh,
wow.
Mm.
yeah. So, and there's some other stuff you got to dig into it. She did a lot.
Mm-hmm. So let me
Well,
ask you this,
I can't.
Black. Oh,
Oh,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. I can't see that as bad.
Okay, that wasn't bad, but what she did to the slaves was bad.
Are you talking about the orphan part?
Well, yeah.
Is there something else besides that? No,
For me,
I'm asking
no,
because
no,
I
no.
don't
For
know.
me,
I don't know.
for me, no. But I could go deep into, her thing. But I don't. From what I see, the only problem is not letting them go back.
Right.
Oh, she captured the kidnap.
Yeah, well, she made them go to freedom when they wanted to go back.
Oh Lord. Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, that's yo.
Kidnapping
Okay,
niggas.
okay. Oh yeah, kidnap. Yeah. God dog,
I
bro.
want to ask Platt a question about that. Do you think that it's worth it to go the route that she went for freedom? Like, say, should you become an authoritarian, like a dictator, for freedom?
No,
Okay.
no, you still got to understand what freedom is. You can't deliver freedom when you deny people freedom.
I get you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
Right.
we
freedom of
got to get rid of this. We got to get
yeah.
rid of this blanket agreement that all of them wanted to be free. That's just not true. All of those
And
people did not want to be free.
I ain't gonna lie though, dog. The only thing I don't agree with freedom is the freedom of religion, dog, in America. Nope.
You don't agree with that?
Nope.
Okay.
I
Uh-oh.
do not. I vehemently disagree with that,
What
dog.
gives you the right to determine what religion should be for other people?
Oh, no. They just wouldn't be here. They'll just get
No, no,
deported.
no, no. What gives you the right to dictate what somebody's faith should be?
Oh, their faith?
Hmm. No, no, no. What gives
Look,
you? Who are you to tell, say, a Muslim they got
hmm
to be a Christian?
hmm I done met too many Muslims that became Christian.
Okay. So based on that, they should be Christians.
No. I've been a Christian all my life. Uh, I done had too many. You know what I'm saying?
But
Close
you said people
calls.
shouldn't have freedom of religion.
Yeah, they shouldn't. They shouldn't.
Okay, who should? What group shouldn't have freedom of religion?
Uh-oh.
Okay. So the freedom of religion should be only to citizens of America if your grandparents is born here. Your
Yeah, I got you.
grandparents.
I got you.
Your grandparents born here, okay. But you can't be building no damn mosque in Dallas or in San Antonio. Nah. That's going too damn far. Now you making temples to your God? And Jesus is a prophet? Jesus was not a prophet. He was the son of God. He was the second Adam.
Got you.
Get out of here, dog.
And
Well, I'm talking about them people,
no, I
not you,
got you.
not
We're
you,
gonna let
not you.
you
I'm
have
talking
the
about.
last word, man. We finna go ahead and shut this down. We made our point. I need to put this up, so people knew my position.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
and don't be a stranger, Elam.
Yeah, I ain't been on here in
Your opinion,
a little
your
bit.
opinion is welcome over here. So is the board. So, um, we out of here, man.
All right, dog.
All right.